Feel like we're falling away. Maybe I just need to feel nothing to make it easier to turn away and leave. Maybe we're fanning the flame, so why do I keep holding out my hand to get burned? I don't wanna clash anymore. I can hear the ghosts in the walls. He's telling me to run away, yeah. I don't wanna crash anymore. I can hear the ghosts in the walls. He's telling me to run away. Breaking apart, seeing the end. We have nothing to say. Maybe it's hard to understand that there's nothing left to fight for, and there's nothing left to say. I don't wanna crash anymore. I can hear the ghosts in the walls. He's telling me to run away, yeah. I don't wanna crash anymore. I can hear the ghosts in the walls. He's telling me to run away.
What's up, y'all? Let me turn this shit down. Dude, it's so weird how it goes from being like nothing is going on for like a month or two, and then literally within 24 hours. And I know the PoE thing was planned, but there was a surprise that happened in Tarkov, or maybe a semi-surprise. Like, I'm not like super plugged into like the behind the scenes community, I guess you could say, whatever you want to call it, like the people that are always like releasing information once they get it. So I didn't even know that there was going to be an update coming up, and there's a big update. Essentially, they took all of the mechanics from the hardcore wipe and reverted them. But yes, Uppercase, you're good. Much love, brother. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for the lurk. But yeah, there's a lot of shit. So that means the reason why I'm on this page, and we'll go over this too, because as you can see, they added something to try to like promote Arena, but I don't think they did the numbers for Tarkov, or they didn't understand how it was gonna actually affect your skill points, because they gave you like 129% boost on all your skills in Arena. And I think that it was done on purpose to try to promote people playing Arena more. Because from what I've heard, Arena is like Nikita's baby. So I just don't think they realized, you know, when it's like 129%, that could be like 29% plus. You get what I mean? Because it's like you're already getting 100%, so just an extra 29%, but instead you're getting an extra 129% on top of whatever you normally, your baseline of what you would get. So Arena is crazy. I played like 1 or 2 games, 3 games maybe earlier, and it's been yeah, I hopped on Tarkov because you can't see how it's affecting your skills on the main game until you open Tarkov. So I just hopped on and was like, wait a second. So I was at like level 15 endurance and level 5 strength. I don't know what my health was, maybe 10. Vitality, probably same, 10, 15. Stress resistance was at like level 4. I don't know about perception. But yeah, just a couple of games. But what you have to do is you have to go in there and convince people not to just kill you, because you're not gonna level up. So it's led to some funny shit. And the reason I found out about this was Burn Peanut was showing on his stream. And you just go in there and just say, hey, don't shoot, you know? And then like, hey, you want to level up? And so like, one of the games, this guy needed to get captures to finish like one of his weeklies or his weekly task or something. And I just wanted to level up my skills without getting shot in the face by somebody. And like the way you have to do that is you just have to like run around. You have to get hurt but not killed. Like, you know, sustain an injury without dying, but without healing as well. So it's like there's a lot of nuance to it. So you have to get people who are on board. But he was like, hey, I just need to get caps. I won't kill you. I was like, dude, I'm chilling. I'm just here to run around and try not to die, because that builds up my strength and endurance. And he was like, cool. So like I literally had 3 kills the entire game because there was just some like shenanigans, like shitty people came in and started like shooting either me or shooting the guys that I was helping. And eventually we had like almost the whole lobby in there, and we're all just knife fighting and capturing and recapturing the point. And like I ended up with MVP because I had like 25 captures and 2 kills or 3 kills. It was hilarious. I think it's the only time I've ever got MVP in Arena, and it was because we were just fucking around. And like in that game mode, captures mean the most. So apparently, because there was a guy on our team that had like 35 kills. It was insane. What's up, Hex? How are you? Yeah, so Arena, goated. But yeah, like I said, they basically, with the update that happened last night, this morning, they essentially just reverted all of the hardcore mechanics, minus, I don't know if it's always like what it is during normal wipes, like when you unlock Flea Market. And I think there's usually like, you can list multiple items. So they reopen Flea Market, but you have to be level 35 and you can only list 1 found in raid item to still have a lot of restrictions on it, but it makes it interesting. And it just means that like getting shit for like hideout and other stuff, you know, isn't gonna be as grueling, but if you can only list one thing at a time, like most people are only going to be listing, you know, their one most valuable thing. Unless it's only found, because they said found in raid. I'm not level 35, so I don't know for sure. I'm good, just finished catching up on PoE 2 news. PoE 2 is so back. Yeah, we're gonna get into that too. I just wanted to show people because I don't know if you've seen this or not, Hex, but there's something going on with Arena.
Like, oh my god, well you can't say that.
Boom.
Bitch, shut the fuck up. I'm gonna fuck a bear.
Morgan, 1 year. That's fucking insane, yo. Holy fuck. That's crazy, dude. I appreciate it. Honestly, of all the people that like, especially other like streamers that I've met, you're like, I'm the most grateful for you. You've done a lot for me. So as a friend, as a person, and as someone who just helps me and supports the stream and everything. So love you too. But it's true. There's a couple of them in here, you know what I mean? But like, yeah. So yeah, Hex, what I was saying, they added a thing where I think they were trying to give you like essentially like a 25% buff to like leveling your skills in Arena, but they coded it improperly or something happened, because there's no way they were planning on this to happen, where my endurance went from, I think I was like level 15. Now I'm up to 39 with a couple of games in Arena. Strength went from like 5 to 15. Health like 10 to 25. Stress was like level 4 to 12. Like all this shit is insane. And it's even like aim drills is another one. That was like level 2 or 3 or something. Because you have to get real player kills, ADSing. My heavy vest went all the way up to level 5. This was, I don't even think this was leveled at all. I don't own any heavy armor in, and the other thing is like hideout management is going up, and I don't understand how that happens in Arena. But we'll take it. Yeah, well, as far as I know, I like this was earlier when I played, but like this is my first time getting on Escape from Tarkov, because you can't really, like, there's a way to see your skills in Arena, but it doesn't show how they're leveling for some reason, or it's not caught up until you open the main game. And yeah, and so then I opened it up and I was like, oh shit. Because I thought it wasn't working, because like I was looking at Arena, I was like, oh, they must have already like hotfixed it, because it doesn't show your progress from Arena. But then I logged into this for the first time and was like, oh, okay, maybe it did work earlier. But we'll test it out. But before we do that, let us, this is a whole stream. Is there like bullet points? Okay, well, we'll just start with this. I apologize, Tarkov people. We'll get into Tarkov soon, but those of you who don't know, PoE, well, like ARPGs, it was my first like gaming love as a streamer. Because I can't say gaming love overall, but maybe, because like one of the first games I ever played growing up was Diablo 2, so perhaps. Short stream. Well, it like I posted a thing in Discord. So without going into too much detail, my dad goes and gets checked all the time for melanoma, I think is what it is. So it's a type of skin cancer. And it's not like one of those things where he's like about, like has to do all the crazy shit and like we're worried he's gonna die any minute or anything like that. But it's been going on for years. The thing is that whenever he goes in to get a checkup, if they find something, they cut it out. Like, it's like one of those, like, on the spot, let's just get it out before it grows. And for anyone who has any experience with this kind of stuff, they usually cut out more than like a pretty significant amount more than like where the actual skin cancer cells are, just to be safe. And so like sometimes he goes in and he'll just get like a chunk cut out of his face, or out of, like, it's usually on his head, his face, his shoulders, because that's where your skin is the most exposed to sun. But this time he went in and he had to get a big chunk taken out of his back. And I didn't, like, it's like one of those things, like I said, where he goes in to check up. A lot of times they're just like, maybe they'll take out a small little thing, whatever, and it's not a big deal. And, you know, it's not like a planned, let's go have surgery type thing, typically, or at least it's not something, you know, they don't really know what they're doing until they get him in there, and like how much and how serious it's gonna be. And so yeah, he went in, and then he has this like insane, which I'm happy, because my dad used to water his lawn in the middle of the day, and I was like, not only is that like the least efficient in terms of like conservation, but also the least efficient in terms of like the hotter it is outside, the more water evaporates before it soaks to the plants, like to the grass's roots and shit. So I'm happy now he does it at night, but he has this insane schedule. He's on like a crazier schedule than I am sleep wise, but like he's out there like moving, or like, yeah, like moving sprinklers around from like 8 p.m. till like midnight usually. So since he had that happen, I was like, I'll do that. Let him rest. I got it. MBD, you know? So that's why late start to the stream. And I was like, short stream. And there's so much news, there's probably not going to be like a lot of time to really get into gaming. And so like, we'll definitely hop in arena and still see if that thing is still working. And then I don't know, it depends on where we're at, but this thing is fucking an hour long, so we'll see. Yeah, my dad's doing the same.
I'll make you boss. Wait,
to tell my mother-in-law that. Wait, what do you mean? Oh, about watering during the day? Yeah. What's up, B-Dog? Your dad's having the spots removed. Yeah. Yeah, and it sucks, but luckily it hasn't like progressed, because if you get it dealt with, a lot of times they just cut out chunks. But like with my dad, sometimes they're insane. Like I remember they removed this one off of his head, and it was like he had like stitches from like his forehead to like back midway back on his skull, because they have to remove all of the tissue. And like you think about your head, your skin, you know, there's not a lot of leeway for skin. So yeah, it's insane. The whole stream is worth watching. I know, I just don't know if I have time tonight. B-Dog, I actually played a little bit of Delta Force. I will say, when was this? Yesterday or the day before? I will say, there are parts to it that I like a lot, because it's a lot more forgiving than Escape from Tarkov. There are parts of it that I really dislike, but I also understand like where it's coming from. You know what I mean? But like they have a lot of like really goofy skins and stuff that I am not the biggest fan of in like a mill sim type game. But Delta Force is definitely less of a mill sim than like Tarkov. So, you know, as long as they get some like sexy chicks in there, I can deal with like the themed, like chili dog themed fucking AR skin. Telling my mother-in-law to stop watering shit in the morning. Yeah. And like if it's early in the morning, it's not too bad, but like honestly, Like when I lived in California, you literally can't water your lawn until it's dark. Like it's against the law. Like you'll get a ticket because like, and there's so many things with water there, you know, because they're like perpetually in a drought. And but yeah, you have like certain times that you can water if you're gonna water your lawn, because they can't have everybody watering their lawn at the same time. So it'll be like from 1 a.m. to 2 a.m. you can water your lawn. From 10 p.m. to 11 p.m. this neighborhood can water their lawn. It's crazy. So use all your rounds, then eat it. Wait, what? Dude, King of the Hill, I feel like was at an age where I couldn't appreciate it because like I've gone back and watched a couple episodes or just like seen clips throughout my lifetime as I've grown up. And it was like, I didn't get it when it was like on TV. Oh, chili dog skin. Yes. Then eat it. No, it's just like, it's the goofiest looking. It's just like themed, but it's like chili dog or something. It's called the chili dog skin. And it's like red and yellow and like brown. So it's like the skin doesn't have chili dogs on it, but it's like, you get what I mean? Whereas like, that's a little bit goofy, but yeah. And like I said, I think that it is also pretty punishing because early on you're like, oh, this is chill. And you get in there and a lot of the mechanics are similar to Tarkov. So it's like going from one to the other isn't too tough. I will say playing Delta Force will teach me bad habits for when I get into Tarkov, because you can be a little bit more free. But like there was a game that I played, because the first couple games I played were a fucking cakewalk, but my teammates were absolute shit. So that made it a little bit tougher, because like when we'd run into real players, like the AI is so bad in that game, but they also have like crazy AI that is like super, like the amount of ammo you use in that game in comparison to Tarkov is insane, because like there's enemies where you can shoot them 35 times in the head and they're still not dead because they're like the heavy armored machine gunner or something. But it's like you like knock off their head, like some of the sounds and stuff. But like it's definitely a game that I would definitely like be down to play. It's just, you know, I'm so stoked to watch the new episodes. It'll be interesting whenever they bring a show back. We all know can go a lot of directions, so we'll see. But like Mike Judge, he's been doing shit ever since King of the Hill even ended, and he's hilarious. That's his name, right? Mike Judge? I think so. So like, I think he's still got the magic touch. It just depends on like what kind of restrictions with the studio and then like having storylines. But like King of the Hill was never a big storyline show. He's the same guy that made Beavis and Butthead, right? So it's like he's not much about like overarching storylines or like character progression in a lot of ways. It's more about just like funny real life situations that people can relate to, and he just has like a hilarious twist on it. Hank Hill was a character on Beavis and Butthead? Really? That's hilarious. I love that. Okay, let me pause music. We're gonna start this up because we'll see how we get into this. Oh yeah, B-Dog. I'd be down tomorrow. It depends on like what time, cause like what's your time schedule? Like, for instance, if we played for like an hour or two at the start of stream, obviously I started way later than I would like to tonight, but like around like I don't know what time zone you're in, but like 9 or 10 p.m. my time for like an hour or two. "12:30 Central is when you get off. We're just gonna let that hang in the air for a little bit. But yeah, so that means that would be 11:30 my time. Yeah, so if I get on at like 9:30 or 9, we could play. Is when I can get on. Okay, cool. Okay, yeah, then that's perfect. Yeah, because I would definitely be down to play for like an hour or two at the start of stream, like do a couple raids and then go to Tarkov. Because there, like I said, a lot of the mechanics are the same, so there's not, you know, it is different. There are parts of it that are different, but there are parts that are like, you know, you can see the value of having Chinese money building a game. You know what I mean? Like graphically, the game runs at like 160 frames for me, which is like 3 times what Tarkov runs. But there are other parts with like free to play, shit ton of microtransactions, all that kind of stuff, which I'm fine with. Every game has it nowadays. But yeah, the only thing, I would say the 2 things that threw me off the most are the sounds, like gunshot sounds. And like they have like a sound for like breaking armor, which is like a thing from COD that I'm not a big fan of in a game like this. And then the like goofy skins for guns and stuff. Those were the only 2 things that like, but other than that, gameplay wise, it felt smooth. And it's like I said, like even the looting and all that is very similar to Tarkov. So it's not pay to win. That is true. Yeah, it is the same as Tarkov in terms of like progression equals better everything. So if you're low level, and like they don't have a lot of restrictions on maps, so it'll be like any level can play this map, but you have to be at least this level to play this map. Or like they have like easy and normal difficulty, but like if you're level 55 or whatever the fuck, you could still play in the easy mode if you just wanted to. Like there's not a lot of loot that's going to be valuable to you or anything, but like if you just needed or you wanted to like get a bunch of easy kills, you could still go in there, and which is the same as Tarkov too, so. Okay, let's see. Oh shit.
Surprise, motherfucker.
God damn. It's muted. Okay, we'll go back. I didn't even realize.
Show us the true way.
It looks insane. I will say that much.
Understand.
That skill looks sick. That's a new boss. I don't know what that is. Seems like a new boss. That's just the shipbird. Dude, their designs are so good though.
The true Lakurama
Fuck that bird, right?
rise.
Okay, we get Act 4. 3 interlude acts. What does that mean? 24 new bosses. That's insane. Support gem overhaul. That'll be interesting. Massive skill rework. 40 lineage supports. Wait. It's going too fast. Lineage support. So this is a new system. 25 new endgame maps. It's like a hurricane happening there, or a whirlpool, some shit. I don't know. That's interesting. New items. Dude. I approve. 150 plus new notables. Interesting. Sprinting. Sprinting? What the fuck? What? Holy shit. Sprinting? Are you fucking kidding me? Rise of the Abyssal. To support gem things scares me. I wonder why. What is this?
They're like, oh my god, well you can't say that, bitch. Shut the fuck up.
I think they're learning lessons. But wait till the patch notes come out. We can't. We learned a lesson, very important lesson last time. Gar, 7 months. I appreciate it, brother. Thank you so much. The ransomest, Ricky and all the land. That's insane, bro. I really do appreciate it. Because last time they overhauled support gems, they nuked Grim Feast. Yeah, like I said, we'll see if they learned that lesson specifically. But there's a lot of support gems that needed an overhaul. Let's be honest. Like, so many support gems. And what I hope is that they don't do what they did last time. Your ViewBot subscription is expiring soon. First time chat. Renew before account termination. Oh, thank you. Those 7 ViewBots I've had. Oh my God. It's solid. It's been worth it. All I'm gonna say is rip D4 officially. See shitbag. Yeah, that was weird. Shout out. Shout out to ViewBots. Yeah, well, D4, like, the writing has been on the wall. I would say ever since they, like, the final nail in the coffin was when Rod Ferguson, like, essentially said Diablo-like. Like, that was the end of everything. Or the beginning of the end. For me personally, it started before that, but, like, really, if you think back, Diablo-like, and then they come out with their, like, their like, announcement that there's not going to be an expansion for until 2026, and that was, like, another one that was, like, a couple weeks apart. And then every season comes out, and then they're like, hey, we're going to do this new thing where we do a roadmap. And then it showed the roadmap for the entire 2025, and it was just like, new powers. The next season, new powers. Next season, new powers. And then, like, crossover event with fucking Kazan or whatever, and everyone's like, so now they're doing like cross promotion, like bullshit. Like, yeah, it's just, yeah, it's been bad. It's been bad. I think I have wait, a view bot and you had to pay for that shit? Then you got, oh, happy 2-year anniversary. Pay for these shitty cosmetics. Jesus. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, for like the big events, it was like happy 2-year.
As you can see.
And they'll give you like the cosmetics you can earn in game. I will say their battle pass cosmetics did get better. But they just keep trying to change the parts of the game that don't need to be changed and brushing aside all the parts of the game that do need to be changed. So it's like, I feel like there's a new battle pass mechanic every season, but then like you're getting the same for the seasonal theme. It's just like green Helltide, purple Helltide, Headhunter Helltide, Infernal Hordes, green Infernal Hordes. Like, it's just like taking a concept and like slightly switching it and then making it crazy Nightmare Dungeons, green Nightmare Dungeons. I don't even know what the fuck.
There's a lot going on, and we have a lot to reveal today. We'll start by going over Act 4, the next chapter in the Path of Exile 2 storyline. But that's not all. There's also 3 new interlude acts to get you to endgame, which means we're removing cruel difficulty too. After that, we'll be going through the massive changes to characters.
That's interesting.
I'm super excited to show you how I've overhauled the entire support gem system, added new skills, and yes.
Major rebalance, all classes buffed. A lot of these things, like last time that they said, hey, we have like 50 new support gems that we're so excited to show you, and then like 2 of them were actually useful in any situation. Like a lot of them, because like 10 of them will be based around one skill that nobody uses and it sucks. So that's like, you know, it's a lot for one skill that nobody uses or wants to use. So we'll see. There's a lot of these things that I've learned don't get too hyped for.
There are buffs. Next, we'll go over the Rise of the Abyssal, this season's exclusive league mechanic, and talk about the new rewards, crafting systems, areas, and bosses that it adds. After that, it's on to changes we're making to the
anniversary
endgame.
cosmetics with gold.
Then it's time to talk about items, crafting, and oh yeah, trade. That's going to be a big one. We'll then go over our new supporter packs and finish up with a live Q&A session.
Wait, are
where
they
ZD will
actually...
ask Path of Exile 2's...
Dude, are they actually doing like an auction house? Without it being like the core concept of an auction house. Like you list something, it takes it out of your inventory and puts it on a server so that if someone buys it, they just take it. So there won't be like people changing their prices as soon as you make an offer. There won't be people that are scamming and give you a different item that looks the exact same as the item you're trying to buy. Because it says buy items when sellers are offline. That would have to mean that that item is placed somewhere where someone can access it without the other person fucking things up. Yeah, no more having to go meet up with traders and then like they don't respond. And then in like 45 minutes later, they do respond and they're like, oh, sorry, I had some other offers. What's your best offer or something? And you're just like, well, what the fuck?
Game directors, myself and Mark, your questions from Twitch chat. And after that, at 4 p.m. Pacific, hatch notes. They're not quite complete, but they should give you some nice details to chew on. We've got a lot to cover today, but first, another announcement. When the third edict launches on the 29th, we'll be having a free weekend for Path of Exile 2. That's right, Path of Exile 2 will be free for the first time without requiring an early access key. The free weekend will end on September the 1st, so you'll have plenty of time to give the game a try.
That's kind of cool.
All right, let's get started with Act 4. The story continues from the end of Act 3. Doryani has agreed to help you find an ancient weapon that can be used against corruption, the instrument of the Third Edict. The weapon was broken in ages past, but he believes that the pieces may be found in the Kurui archipelago, the home
So
of the
fucking
Kurui
thrilled.
tribes. You will need to journey to Kingsmarch.
He always looks thrilled, but he also
Hire a ship
always looks
and
like he's
set
on the
sail.
verge of like an emotional breakdown.
When you open the map, you can choose to sail any way you like. Act 4 is completely non-linear, and you can visit the islands in any way.
Dude, this is what they showed in the early, like from like Gamescom from like 3 years ago when they very first showed off any footage of Path of Exile 2. This is the act that they showed. Because I remember it was like islands that you were traveling to.
What do you choose? Will you visit the pristine beaches of Whakapanu Island? The Kurui whisper of a curse that afflicts all who travel there. Perhaps it's related to the weapon you seek. Or maybe you will visit the volcanic shores of the Isle of Kin. The Kin have been more restless recently, mining for sulfite and driven by some dark force. Perhaps you will choose to consult with one of the local Kurui tribes. Their ancient wisdom could hold clues to finding the Third Edict. No matter where you choose to go, you will fight dangerous beasts, find fabulous treasures, and battle incredible bosses.
A challenger!
Oh shit, we have like
Seize your soul!
Wukong boss.
There are 8 islands to discover, each teeming
Is
with
that
its
what it's
own
called?
flora and fauna.
The monkey
Act 4
dude.
contains
What's the
over
monkey
100
dude
new
called?
monster types, 16 new areas, 12 new bosses, and plenty of other interesting encounters. There's a huge amount to show, but we're not going to spoil too much here. We want to give you a chance to discover it all for yourself. What happens after Act 4? Well, until now you had to repeat the entire campaign again before you
Pardon?
could face the endgame. But after adding Act 4, the game is far too long to make you do that.
Dude, that's
We
actually
needed
kind of
something
funny
else to do
that that
between
doesn't
the
get
end of Act
like
4 and the endgame.
flagged by YouTube.
So what else could we do? Add 3 new mini-acts, of course, and we're calling them the interludes. The interludes are a set of 3 temporary side stories that will be included in the game until Act 5 is released, that will take you to level 65 with the...
Even though there was a dude who was showing people how to bleach their assholes, but since it was an informational tutorial, it was allowed on YouTube. So there's loopholes, as we call that one, the poop hole loophole, everywhere. It's probably the biggest change. Oh, 100%. Yeah, that's like, I don't understand how the interlude acts are gonna work, but I'm sure they'll talk about it.
And game
So.
can begin. The first interlude sends you on a journey back to Ogham. Renly has been leading the efforts to rebuild Ogham Village
Nice
after
time
the
to join
defeat
the
of
chat.
Count Geonar.
Hey.
But there's a new danger afoot. The nearby town of Holton
The more
is
you know.
surrounded by an impenetrable darkness, and each night their corrupted townfolk emerge to raid
Like,
the
see,
local
look at that
farmlands.
monster. That's insane.
You'll discover new areas. And new bosses.
Shora, Blade of the Mist.
You'll need to find your way through the darkness, uncover the source of corruption,
Soon you will
I
serve
love
our
these new
master.
and
bosses
defeat
too.
Yes, I shall dance with their corpse.
and
Like
that's just the first
thematically.
interlude. The second interlude will have you return to the Vasteri Desert, where Asala has been given a sacred duty. When the skies align, the gifting of water requires a chosen Sekima to meet with the Selkari, guardians of the sacred water, but they're nowhere to be found.
Oh, so this is the interlude.
You will need to track
okay.
down the Selkari. Find those responsible for disrupting the gifting.
That
Fight
skill
even more new
for
bosses. Discover the secrets of the ancient ritual.
warrior looks
Discover new
insane.
locations.
The like fire.
And ultimately help Asala carry
Twirls.
out his sacred duty. Now for Interlude 3. As Royal Thaumaturge of the Vaal, Doyani had plans within plans to save his people from the cataclysm
Yeah.
perpetuated by Atzeri's lust for power. One such plan involved sealing a
Cleopatra
group
did
of willing
exactly.
Vaal deep in a great mountain vault near the home of the Esmeri, deep enough to survive the cataclysm. Even though thousands of years have passed, he believes that their descendants may still live, and may be key to
Honestly, I love that they're doing this because I always said that it seemed as though it would be really hard to add one act at a time with the current construction of the way the acts work. Because you have act 1 through 3, and then you play that over again. If you add 4 in there, where does 4 fit in? Do you play acts 1 through 3 and then 1, 2, 4 or something? You know what I mean? So having this as like a stopgap, like just like extra story during the acts to essentially make up for the experience and the difficulty and the gear and all that shit, and then you just hit act 4 normally, is actually goated. I like that a lot.
Defeating the beast. The journey up the mountain will be dangerous. New foes stand in your way.
Ricard, the frozen
And the further
talon.
up the mountain you venture, the colder it will become.
That crossbow skill looks kind of insane
Explore
too.
caves of ice and enter the vault itself. Who can say what you will find within? The interludes are 6 to 7 areas each and generally include 4 boss fights as well. When you put that together with Act 4, that adds up to 35 new areas in the campaign and 24 new bosses. It's worth making clear that the interludes are temporary. When Act 5 and 6 are added, the interludes will be going away.
Interesting.
These are side stories after all. But don't worry, the bosses and areas that make up the interlude are all part of the endgame. We're not just going to throw them away. And with that, we don't need cruel difficulty anymore. We do know that it was a pretty big chore to have to play through the campaign multiple times on each character, and this was a huge reason that the campaign could feel like a bit of a slog when playing through again. But we do also have another new feature to address that particular concern as well.
Yeah.
So
No,
let's talk
like
about
it's an
sprinting.
idea I never
In
thought
030,
of.
when you hold down the dodge roll button, your character will go into a sprint after they finish the roll. This is available on all character classes, and there's no limitation on how long you can sprint for. The primary purpose of this feature is to make navigating areas faster when out of combat. Because of that, if you do take a hit while sprinting, you'll fall to the ground. The best idea is to use a skill when you see monsters. That'll break you out of the sprint so you can engage with no danger. If you do need to run away from monsters, just hold spacebar. You won't be vulnerable during the roll, and you're faster while sprinting than basically any monster in the game, allowing you to retreat from combat. Sprint is a pretty significant change to PoE 2's gameplay. What I like most about it is that we can accelerate the pace of the game for those who want that, without having to compromise on PoE 2's more visceral combat systems.
That is true.
So that's the new extensions to
Because
the
if you
campaign.
like try
But
to,
there's a whole giant league to play through.
it's a tough line. You know what I mean? Like a tightrope, whatever. To like, because you could just add movement abilities, but then those movement abilities will end up, someone will find a combination and exploit it. Essentially what's happened with the Tempest Flurry Monk and all that kind of shit, where people just tried to find other ways to build an entire build around something that could move quickly because there was no way to move quickly. And then they threw in the bird, and that was kind of, in my opinion, stupid, to put it softly. The bird was a complete flop, IMO, because it was just too risky until you were fully end game built out, because if you get hit on the bird and you get heavy stun, you're dead. And but there were parts of it that had potential. I also don't like anything being tied to a class. I think that's kind of goofy, where it's only bow skills and spear skills, spear throwing skills, can be used from the bird. It's why can't a Sork use it? Because I get the core concept that you're not going to be swinging or slamming the ground melee style, but Sork is just casting magic. What the fuck does that, birds can't handle magic? I don't know. I see a 24-hour gaming session in my future. Oh, 100%. I happened to take the first week of this off.
As well. I'll leave that to Mark to talk about later. And that's because what I want to talk about now is the new stuff for your characters.
Perfect.
And probably one of the biggest new systems here is with the support gems. Now, support gems are one of the most interesting elements to creating a build. They're what enables so many interesting mechanics and different ways to play. But PoE 2's support gem system has just never been
It was
quite
really
right.
planned before I knew the
One of the
release
major
date.
issues is the limitation of only having one support gem of each type on your character.
Oh shit.
We didn't want builds to just become using the same 5 most powerful supports in every skill. The problem with this design, though, is that it's actually working against using multiple skills in your build. If you can only use each support gem on one skill, it means that you're encouraged to go all in on that one ability. And we want to encourage you to combo your abilities, something needed to change. So with that in mind, we've removed the restriction of having one of each support gem per character. You can now use as many copies as you like. This should drastically increase the amount of possible builds and increase the amount of skill diversity.
That's insane, actually.
There are a lot of potential builds that suffered from the previous restriction. For example, a poison build previously couldn't add poison to more than one skill. They couldn't use stacking poison on more than one skill either. This severely limited your ability to combo with anything outside of the specifically designed poison archetype, but now you can. Many utility skills previously couldn't scale to endgame because the supports that would make them scale were more useful to use on other skills. You would never speed up killing Palm with martial tempo when you would much rather use it on your primary skill instead. There are more examples like this all over the place. In
That's
addition
huge.
to that, though, we thought there wasn't enough feeling of progression in the supports as you went through the game.
Chain, Pierce, Scattershot. Hourglass, Perpetual Charge. Wait, these are like different classes though, right? I'm confused by this. This is like Warrior and this is like Ranger or Huntress. I'm confused. Explain.
There were only 3 tiers of supports, and many of the most important ones were given out at tier
Oh, it's just talking about the tiers. Okay. Yeah,
one.
I get that,
Also,
but
there were
I
no
mean
strict
like
upgrades.
I
meaning
thought
that
I thought it was explaining because like one of the things I felt like with Sork specifically is like the way that you have to unlock your skills, because like there's only like 4 good skills for Sork anyway, but like 3 of them you have to be level 40 plus to access, and it's like I think that's stupid, and we'll see. Uppercase said there's a bunch of good Sork stuff in here. I'll be the judge of that. Because my only solution for the Sork was to do a complete overhaul and change all their skills, which I know they didn't do. So we'll see if what changes they did make are good enough to not make it the worst class in the game. Gonna be dope for the Heralds. Oh yeah.
Getting supports when you ran out of sockets required quite a lot of thinking. In order to solve these issues, we now also have multiple levels of many supports as you go through the game. For example, double barrel support gives you an extra bolt, but at the cost of 30% less reload speed. At tier 2, the penalty gets lowered to 20%. But then at tier 3, the support gem gets something new. It now reloads automatically when you heavy stun an enemy. In some cases, the highest tiers might work a little differently, and you'll have to decide if you like the upgrade or not, depending on your build. For example, rapid casting. The first couple of levels gives 15, then 20% increased cast speed. But then at tier 3, it changes to a new approach. For each different spell you cast in the last 8 seconds, you get 10% increased cast speed, which could be a pretty big bonus if you use a lot of different spells. So that's pretty good for upgrades through the campaign, but we wanted to add a little more spice to the
It's a
in-game for
stacking
supports too.
bonus.
And that's where our new
That is
system,
interesting.
Lineage Supports, comes in. You can think of these like unique items, but for supports. There are supports that are only available at endgame, but they're much more powerful. Like Ratha's Assault. It's an upgraded version of Double Barrel that reloads your skill as you dodge roll, as well as increasing the number of bolts it can hold. But it does mean that it's the only way you can reload the skill now. Now, unlike regular supports, you can't find these through the uncut support gem. Just like unique items, many of these can be found from specific bosses. And there's a ton in the regular drop pool too.
Game 1 wild shards.
Some of them are fairly
Wait,
rare.
What was that? Game 1 wild shard on casting supported spells. Supported skills have 20% chance to fire per wild shard. All wild shards are lost when supported skills fire projectiles in a circle. Interesting. 1 wild shard. Because wild shard is the concept where it just like splits into multiple projectiles, right? But then you have a 20% chance of getting 8 additional projectiles per wild shard. Interesting. So that could create some insane shit. If you get like, if you have multiple out at a time. I don't know.
Some of them are fairly rare.
+1 to level of supported skill gems. 10% to quality of supported skills. Skills which has levels, increasing the level and quality while reducing the cost and reservation. That's insane.
Others fairly common.
35% chance to load a bolt into all crossbow skills on dealing a killing blow with supported skill. Interesting.
Some of them are build defining.
Totems created have 50% more maximum life. Triggered Towoa's vengeance on death. Totems created by them.
Others are just straight up power upgrades.
Hits with supported skills treat enemy monster elemental resistance values as inverted. So then they have negative resistance?
All in all, there's around 40 lineage supports being added throughout the endgame, so there's a lot of power to find out there. Now, the new support gems are certainly going to open up a lot of builds, but of course we have a huge range of improvements to individual character classes as well. As well as adding new skills, we had a big focus on buffing existing skills so that they can scale well into the endgame. There's a huge amount to cover here, so we're not going to discuss everything. We're just going to quick fire through some of the coolest changes. We wanted to make cold a more useful element on the Ranger, so we've expanded the cold tools available. As well as increasing its range, Escape Shot now creates fragments of ice whenever it hits the ground.
I like that.
These fragments explode after a short time, making the skill better for killing groups of enemies. But not only that, we added an ice fragment support that creates more of them when killing frozen enemies.
That's kind
And
of
a
cool.
new buff skill called Ice Tipped Arrows that allows all your arrows to create ice fragments. This already gives clear to rangers wanting to use ice, but to take further advantage of the ice fragments, Freezing Salvo has been upgraded to shoot additional cold arrows towards every fragment, giving you a nuke-like ability.
Oh, yeah, that's kind of sick. I like
We've
that.
also modified Snipe to consume Frozen from enemies, dealing a huge amount more damage, giving you a nice ice single target option. And something you might notice about this is that the bonus is a lot higher against bosses. This is actually a change you'll see throughout the entire game. Since it's a lot harder to freeze a boss, you should get a bigger reward for it.
I like that too.
Another theme you'll see throughout the game is making movement feel better. Toxic Growth is a skill that was pretty cool, but a bit annoying to use with the jump that it had. Now Toxic Growth is a range skill, so you can spam it more easily. And we've also added a new poison skill while we were at it, called Toxic Domain. It creates a small area around you that makes all your attacks create toxic growth pustules, but attached to monsters.
I like that too.
Another skill that was annoying to use was Electrocuting Arrow. It's now just a regular arrow, making it easier to use. But it also means you can support it with projectile supports. And it now also has Area of Effect, making it a tool for more than just single target, and allowing it to scale into the
Dude,
end.
Ranger looks sick.
We also added a new spirit reservation called Mirage Archer. This is a meta skill that allows you to create shadowy clones of yourself to use a skill of your choice. Of course, one of the other big problems the Ranger had was survivability. Evasion was the weakest of the 3 defenses, and we wanted to change that.
I said that.
Evasion doesn't evade
I
all
said
types
that
of hits
so
in the
much.
game, so you're still vulnerable to things like slams or unblockable attacks. To make evasion characters more tanky, we're adding a new mechanic called Deflect. Unlike evasion, Deflect works on everything. And if you
I would tell people all the time, I went all evasion, and everyone was like, dude, I do evasion and it's fucking goated. If you get like, if you do all this and I would do all that, and I was like, no, evasion sucks ass, dexterity sucks ass, Like, it's by far the worst mechanic in the game. Defensively. They just admitted it. Proof. All of them
Successfully
look
deflect
sick,
a hit,
right?
you take 40% less damage. Items can now...
Deflection rating provides a chance to deflect damage from hits, preventing 40% of the damage from those hits and ailments they inflict. Exact chance to deflect also depends. Okay, so they're just adding something essentially to evasion, which is awesome. That does mean that you have to find a way, like I'm sure there's going to be a sweet spot that people will find out where you have this much evasion and this much deflection is the sweet spot, but we'll see.
I'll give you a mod that gives you some amount of deflection based on your evasion. And there's a bunch of it available on the passive tree too. Deflection is rolled in addition to evasion, so this is an upgrade for regular hits too. And unlike evasion, there's no maximum chance. You can reach 100% deflect against all hits if you spec into it enough. Of course, this is a buff that helps all Dex characters, so the Mercenary and the Monk, but especially the Huntress, are seeing big defense boosts from this as well. Speaking of defensive mechanics, let's talk about block and parry.
Nobody likes
One
it.
of the big concerns on the release of the Huntress was parry feeling unreliable. One of the big reasons for this is there's a lot of hits that are not blockable, and thus not parryable either. So a huge balance change we're making is that now everything is blockable, except for specifically unblockable red flash skills that bosses use.
That's kind of insane. It's going
This
to be
makes
huge
parry
for
much more
Warrior.
reliable. And not only that, but to make block and parry nicer to use, you now also move faster than before while using these abilities. This is a massive buff to passive block as well. So to counter that, we did have to lower the max passive block a bit, but overall you should feel much safer. Fire skills on the Warrior were not really cutting the mustard, so we decided we needed to upgrade a bunch of them, but also add some more as well. Let's start with a buff. Volcanic Fish are now branches into multiple fishes, giving it much more
Perfect.
clearing potential.
Because this was one of
We've
my
also added a
favorite
new skill
skills
called
from
Forge
Warrior.
Hammer. This skill throws a molten hammer that does a slam at a distance. You can recall the hammer back by using the skill again if you like.
That's kind of sick.
But the cooler thing to do is to use a Warcry near it. Using a Warcry makes the hammer explode,
That's...
making a
yeah,
bunch of volcanic fishes around.
I like that a lot.
Volcanic fishes re-trigger when you slam them, so it's a great skill to make a flaming arena to fight a boss. We also buffed Perfect Strike to have a much larger area of effect, and changed Molten Blast to not always force you to move forward. Trust me, it feels a lot better to use now. The skill now has massively boosted chance to ignite monsters as well.
I like that too, because
And you're going
I
to
really
want to
like
ignite
Molten
monsters
Blast.
due to a new glory skill called
Like on
Ancestral
that,
Cry.
that Merc I mean.
Ancestral Cry charges up with glory by igniting monsters, invoking King Kaum's favor. After you do, use it to channel Kaum's ancestral power. Every attack will be ancestrally boosted with fire. Your very steps will explode, triggering volcanic fishes, and molten balls will erupt from your attacks.
Dude, that looks so sick.
Warrior shield skills were another area we wanted to improve. Now that we've got Sprint, we actually don't need to have a cooldown on shield charge anymore. It now also does more damage the further away you are when you use it. Shield Wall got significantly upgraded AoE.
That was sick.
Also, you can shield charge right through it to trigger all the walls. We also added a new shield Warcry. Fortifying Cry gives you a defensive buff, but it also builds up charge on your shield that empowers your other shield skills.
Interesting.
And Magma Barrier now doesn't require timing in order to use. Just wait for your shield to charge up and block. Seismic Cry now stuns enemies that are primed for stun. And we changed the Sunder interaction with Armor Break. It now also gives a Sundered Armor debuff that makes enemies take 40% extra physical damage.
That's interesting.
Great for bosses. Ancestral Warrior Totem has undergone some pretty significant changes too. We wanted the skill to feel more like using an ultimate. That summoning an ancestor to fight for you was a big deal. So we've changed this totem to require 3 endurance charges to summon, and massively buffed its damage. It also now scales your weapon damage
Oh
too.
my god, dude. All that fire shit looks so sick.
Since
The
there's no limit
lava and
anymore,
stuff.
if you build around generating endurance charges, you can summon an entire forest of totems. In order to make that easier, we added some new sources of endurance charges. There's now a support to make Perfect Strike generate charges, and a support for generating endurance charges from heavy stuns as well. Speaking of totems, we wanted to upgrade the Warbringer.
I have no idea what
Among the
class
other
I'll be
changes we made to
using.
this class,
Oh yeah.
Answered Call now gives an extra totem, and the spirits have just been...
Well, from what I've seen so far, like honestly, they've only really covered like some merc stuff, some ranger, and some warrior. But I would say ranger looks sick for sure. But like now all of a sudden warrior seems like, and I've never been like a melee type, but like with all these changes to make it more like a caster melee, you know, where you're like summoning all these things and then you can like hit the ground and just have these like lava explosions is kind of sick.
generally buffed in many ways. Use it with your limitless ancestral warrior forest to make an army of Karui that would make Tukahama proud. We've also merged the Great Wolf Howl and Warcaller's Bellow support so that you can get all the benefits with 1 point. And Encased in Jade no longer removes the Jade when getting hit, making it a much better defense.
Oh, that's sick.
Next up, let's talk about accuracy. Accuracy was always intended to be something that warriors didn't need to care about very much so long as they're in close combat. But unfortunately, that's not currently the case. This was particularly annoying with skills like Bone Shatter, which you certainly don't want to mess with. So we significantly buffed your chance to hit at close ranges when you don't have much accuracy. Warriors shouldn't require any accuracy investment in order to hit with close range attacks now.
That's interesting.
We also wanted to improve armor. Now, one of the major weaknesses of armor is the inability to defend against elemental damage. In order to mitigate this, we're adding a lot more of the stat that allows your armor to defend against elemental damage. It's now available on items and in a lot more places on the passive tree.
Cool. That's a buff.
One of the most important improvements we've made in 030 is to declunk the action and flow of shooting crossbows. You can now reload crossbows without any movement penalty.
That's sick.
But not only that, all skills that can be used while moving now slow you for a shorter amount of time. This change benefits everyone, not just crossbow skills. With both of these changes put together, the run and gun playstyle feels much better. It's hard to explain how important this change is for the feel of the class. The Mercenary is also a good chance to talk about how we're rebalancing to make comboing skills much better. Take Shock, for example. It buffs damage and lasts 4 seconds right now, but that isn't really giving you enough time to take advantage of it. If you're going to add a lightning skill into a build that otherwise wouldn't use one, we need to make mechanics like this much better. So we've increased shock duration on monsters to last 8 seconds. And skills like
actually
Plasma
huge.
Blast, which are intended to be good at shocking enemies, now increase the damage bonus by a lot more. You'll find changes like this all around the game. Chill now lasts 8 seconds, giving you more of a reason to weave in cold damage. Freezing skills are better at freezing. Burning skills need to cause burns that last longer. But making skills like Permafrost Bolts and Incendiary Shot double down on how they're supposed to be used, it makes using them in your build alongside other skills much more likely. We're also making sure to buff specific combos too. The freeze explosions from frag rounds now chain to nearby enemies.
That's
And
sick.
using high velocity rounds with armor break will now fragment the opponent's armor. This causes monsters to take a portion of high velocity rounds damage with every subsequent hit, even tiny pellets. So that means following it with a shotgun blast is way more effective.
Yeah,
Now, there's
that's
a lot
kinda
more buffs
crazy.
to crossbow skills, but for now, I'm just going to talk about the new one we added, the Mortar Cannon. This one lets you
Mortar
socket any
Cannon.
grenade skill, and using it will summon a cannon which loads and then fires the grenade you choose.
Oh, that's kind of sick.
Another issue on the Mercenary were banners. They were just not very good, so we're doing a big upgrade to them. They now last longer, don't disappear when moving out of them, and we removed the Valor mechanic. They now just give a much more consistent and stronger buff, and you can use them when you get enough glory.
Nice.
On which, one of the main focuses was making various minion types more useful to use together. Melee minions in particular were just not that great compared to ranged ones. As a starting point, we just straight up removed the requirement for minions to have accuracy.
That's huge.
Attack minions now always hit, which makes them way better. Brutes got some good numeric buffs, but we also added a new command skill where they do a war cry that intimidates enemies and detonates any frozen monsters and allies around you in a big cold explosion. We've also changed the Frost Mage's command skill to an ability that adds ice armor to your other minions, adding a layer of defense. And it makes them deal cold damage back to the attacker as well. The
Interesting.
ice armor also makes the minion count as frozen, so the Brute's war cry can detonate them too.
Oh, that's sick.
Unearth was
Detonate
changed to
your
work on
own
corpses of
minions?
your dead skeletons, allowing you to summon the minions more easily in boss fights. And they also got a new jump ability, allowing them to get into combat
what
faster.
was that? Unearth was changed to work on the corpses of your dead.
Unearth was changed to work on corpses of your dead skeletons, allowing you to summon the minions more easily in boss fights.
Oh, so now you get the those little cheesy guys, but you can use it on your own dead minions, which is actually nice because in boss fights, skills like this, like anything requiring a corpse, wouldn't work in a boss fight because most bosses don't have like. You're not creating corpses, so.
And they also got a new jump ability, allowing them to get into combat faster.
Oh, the little dude's
Ray's
got a
Spectre
jump
was also
ability.
feeling pretty weak for the spirit cost they have. To be honest, we were a little afraid of these when we first balanced them. We've both decreased the spirit cost for a large range of monsters, and we've significantly increased Spectre damage too. They should feel a lot more impactful.
Spectres are gonna cost less and do more.
There's also a lot of new spellcaster weapons with newer cult skills. But I'll just talk about one of them that I thought was particularly cool.
Which
the
is
Reaping
still
Staff
Bay,
is
dude.
actually a wicked scythe that gives you a new ability called Reap. When an enemy is low in life, you can dash forward and rake enemies with the scythe to cull them instantly, healing you. It can also inflict critical weakness on enemies too.
Definitely.
Now, there's a lot of balance changes in the Witcher's Ascendancy classes, but I'll just talk about two of them for now. On the Blood Mage, you were previously required to spend your first points on Sanguimancy, which really was supposed to be the downside for being able to access the powerful abilities on the rest of the class. In order to make picking the Blood Mage a better early option, we've made Sanguimancy free, unlocking the power of the rest of the class immediately.
That's cool.
On the Infernalist, the Demon form wasn't something people were really using because you lost your weapon stats while transformed. Well, you no longer do, so it's a much better option now.
Interesting.
On the Monk, the wind skills needed a big upgrade for sure. Staggering Palm can now stack up its duration if you use the skill multiple times in a row, so you can keep the effect of all your skills throwing up wind much more easily. Wind Blast had the purpose of building up to dazing an enemy, but dazing just wasn't worth all that effort. Now it just dazes on hit, meaning a single Wind Blast will make all your skills stun enemies more easily.
That's cool.
Following up with Vaulting Impact on a dazed enemy previously did a bunch of stun. Now it allows you to break your enemy's stance. When their stance is broken, following up with a fast attack will do way more damage. A cool build that certain people always enjoyed in PoE 1 was hand-to-hand combat, but until now we just didn't have a real way to make it viable. Well, that changes now. The Monk, as a true martial artist, now has the ability to learn the Hollow Palm technique, a keystone that lets you use all quarterstaff skills while unarmed.
Oh, that's sick.
All quarterstaff attacks now have a special unarmed version, and you get further bonuses to all your attacks from stacking Energy Shield and Evasion on your character.
Yeah, this actually looks way sick.
A new keystone we also added to the Monk section of the tree is Walker of the Wilds. This changes Mana Leech to work with
I'm going
elemental
fucking
damage
demon
instead of
again.
physical,
Nice.
which is pretty useful for all those elemental attacks the Monk has, but it works well for the Ranger too.
Covers based
Now,
on
one of the
okay.
least used Ascendancy classes in the game is the Acolyte of Cholula, so we knew we needed to make some
Cholula.
changes here. One of the key things we had to do was make the chaos damage that the Acolyte can do much more useful. So we've
Chaos
added a
damage
new
in
skill,
general.
allowing chaos damage to ignite, shock, chill, and freeze, embracing the elemental prowess of the Monk in a truly chaotic fashion.
Interesting.
In addition, he can make all of his chaos damage leech. And we've buffed Into the Breach and Embrace the Darkness by moving the effects of the 4-point nodes into the base skills. He also gains a new notable, Grasp of the Void, which leaves void illusions behind you as you dodge roll. If they're killed, they do massive explosions of darkness, dealing damage to everything in sight.
Darkness, a new
Now let's talk about
damage type.
Sorceress skills.
Get ready, boys. All I gotta say is get ready. Here comes the disappointment.
One of the things we wanted to improve on the Sorc is the ability to use multiple elements together more effectively. Now, this might seem small, but one of the things pushing you towards using a single element is debuffs like Elemental Curses, which lower resistances of a single element. In order to fix that, we're making quite a lot of game-wide changes to these kinds of mechanics to broaden what they apply to. So for example, There's no longer 3 curses for fire, ice, and lightning. Instead, there's just a single curse that buffs all 3 at the same time.
That's cool.
And things like Frostbomb, which gave you cold exposure, now give elemental exposure. You can use it to buff any of your other skills. We also wanted to make switching between different weapon sets smoother, so you can use different elemental staves more effectively. To do that, we've removed the weapon switch time, and now happens instantly. This applies game-wide too.
That's huge
we didn't just
for
want to stop
every
there.
class.
We wanted to add some specific mechanics that work between different elements, and that's where elemental infusions come in.
Why not just like, okay, we understand that this skill nobody likes, so we just removed it and we're adding a new one that's actually interesting. That'd be cool. Like Firestorm, or like fucking the Fire Orb, whatever the fuck that thing is called, Solar Orb, or like 95% of their skills.
Certain skills can now drop elemental
But these are
infusions.
good changes.
For example, when a Frostbomb explodes, it leaves behind a cold infusion on the ground. After picking it up, you can spend it on one of any number of different skills to transform how they work. Spark will create a nova of cold-infused projectiles.
It's interesting.
Ice Nova will leave a chilled area on the ground. And we also added a new low-level skill that fires ice shards. Use it with cold infusion though, and the ice shards will explode. Orb of Storms now generates lightning infusions when you cast enough spells near it. And that's all spells, by the way, not just lightning. Once you have one, you could cast a lightning flame wall, which adds both fire and lightning damage to all the projectiles that pass through it. Or power up End of Fusillade with lightning, which will generate arcs to nearby enemies as each fireball hits.
I just don't like that play style of that skill.
This skill is now a projectile, and by infusing it, you can go full Palpatine.
Wait. What was that? Maybe go lightning on lightning with arc. Okay.
This skill
Arc is now a projectile skill? It didn't used to be. Which could be huge.
is now a projectile.
Like you get like actual chain lightning now?
Get fire infusions by blowing up monsters with living bomb. Then use them with Comet to summon a giant fire meteor from the sky. Or use it with Firestorm, which transforms it from a...
I think for sure this concept of getting the infusions makes things a lot more interesting. But I think, and like, I'm assuming based on everything that we've seen so far, that the core concept is to make things work just better in general. So like, it all comes down to, you know, being able to access different types of elemental damages on your Atlas. And, you know, there's like so many other things that tie into this actually being useful. But as a core concept, I like it. I just still don't like the skills. Like, unless Frozen Meteor doesn't have, like, they cut the cast time by 80%. That was another skill that was actually cool potentially, but they just never, like, having like a 3-second cast time and you being able to be interrupted while casting it was like just such a huge like nerf to the skill.
Small area into a much bigger one.
That's why the only people who used it is as a cast on whatever, cast on freeze or whatever. And that, you know, they spent the last several updates nerfing cast on abilities. So it'll be interesting to see.
Firestorm is unique in that it can be infused by multiple different elements at the same time. Add an ice infusion to rain down ice at the same time as the fire. And add lightning to add deadly strikes from the heavens into the mix. Or use it with all three to generate a storm that is truly apocalyptic. Cold Snap has been simply turned into Snap. Previously you could use it to shatter ice, but now it works to detonate all of the different elemental ailments and makes them leave behind infusions.
That's kind of cool.
And just like how you could previously use it on Frostbolt, you can now also use it on Orb of Storms and Solar Orb to detonate those as well, which means you can create many infusions at once. We also have a Spirit Reservation skill and a support gem to help generate them too.
Interesting.
On the passive tree, we've added quite a few new keystones to the Sorceress section. Here are a couple of examples. The Black Flame Covenant keystone converts your fire spells to chaos and causes your ignites to deal chaos damage. Your fire spells and ignites will also turn purple. The Ritual
That's kinda
Cadence
sick.
keystone
I like
causes
that
your
one a lot.
invocation skills to trigger more times. It makes them trigger periodically over a longer duration instead of one. Great for those auto bomber builds. Now, in addition to skill changes,
Those are
we've
actually
added a
huge
lot more
keystones.
options.
Those keystones by themselves are almost more transformative than the whole infusing your other skills with different elements and all that shit.
For the passive tree for each class. Overall, there are more than 100 new notables on the tree, usually around 20 per class, along with smaller clusters as well. Check out the old version. And here's the new version. It's a lot more dense and there's more interesting nodes than before.
That's crazy.
Now, we probably can't go through too many of these in the live stream, so I'll just show you one from each class's area of the tree. We tried to be a lot more thematic with the new nodes. So for example, the Molten One's Gift. It lets the benefit of armor break apply to your fire damage. Or how about Last Stand, which gives you lots of stats as your situation becomes more and more desperate.
Interesting.
A lot of these have themes aligning with ascendancy classes. Like for the Gemling Legionnaire, for example. You have crystallized immunities, which makes you immune to different status ailments depending on which support gem color you have socketed the most. Another ascendancy class aligned notable
Seems
is
boring.
Sanguimatic Rituals. It allows arcane surges to generate life instead of mana, unlocking that support gem to be used with the Blood Mage Ascendancy. In the Sork area, you'll find these Archon nodes that allow you to convert all of your elemental damage to a specific element. You become a Lightning Archon when you spend enough mana, after which all your skills will be converted to lightning, and you will do extra lightning damage as
Oh,
well.
that looks sick too.
We have ones for cold and fire too, with different triggers.
Because it
Here's another cool
actually
one.
like visually
Elemental
affects you
Practitioner gives
too.
crit bonuses if you've triggered a skill recently, while also making crits generate more energy for triggers. Or maybe you'd like the
Interesting.
Great Boar. It gives you a reason to stack dexterity to make you tougher, giving a bonus to life and stun threshold. Or the Cunning Fox. It straight up gives you 5% quality to all your gems. Now, another major change is attribute requirements. We felt like players probably had a few too many nodes and attributes and not enough in interesting passives. So we lowered attribute requirements by 25% across the board.
Love that.
That means you'll have more points to spend on interesting notables rather than just needing to allocate more.
Well, because they nerfed stat stacking last update. So having stats just for the sake of having stats wasn't as valuable now. And like the classes that you needed to stack as much as possible were like evasion builds, because you just need like thousands and thousands of dexterity to actually be able to potentially evade something. But now that they changed the way that works, even that won't be as much of a necessity anymore. So that's kind of huge.
Strength, dex, and int. Now, there are way more changes than just these. These are just some of the cooler ones we wanted to show off, but I'd say that's just about enough for now. We're not even half done yet. So I think it's time that we talk about the League, the rise of the Abyssal. And to do that, I'd like to hand things over to Mark.
Okay, before we start with this, because this is kind of like a breaking point. Also, we're not going to watch the whole thing. Like, I want to listen to what Mark has to say about the new League, because I'm interested in that and the crafting mechanics and stuff. But like, we're like, what we've seen so far is already, you know, I like that kind of overview where it's just like, here's little snippets of things to look forward to. You know, I don't need in-depth explanations of how these new mechanics actually work in game, because yeah, otherwise, like, I just don't want to watch the whole hour. I will watch the whole hour on my own time, but I just don't want to do that on stream. But I'm going to run to the restroom real quick, so let me turn on some music while I'm gone. Okay, I'll be right back. There we go. These headphones aren't great for like a snug beanie. The other thing,
As you just saw, even
the
though
other thing I was thinking about is that it seems like the concept so far with the updates is that we either get a class or we get new content or like a new act, which I think it's going to be tough because I'm assuming there's not a new class they're going to announce. They would have already announced it, right? But they still have like what, 4 or 5 classes? So they're gonna have to have some double class releases unless they're, cause like it was a year, right? Was the goal? Have they like officially said that it's getting pushed further? Cause I wouldn't be mad about it. Like it would make sense, but I just don't know, you know, if we're working on their original timeline, that almost seems impossible to get all of those classes introduced, especially when you're doing these leagues for 4 months, because that means you have but like 4 months left till it hits a year. Is that what it is? What's up, Dark? But I will say everything that they've shown off so far looks.
there are major changes to the campaign for this update, we want to make sure that every time you come back for an expansion, each area feels different with something extra going on. It is really important to make sure your experience when returning between expansions is fresh and filled with new content. And the way we did this was through leagues. Every expansion we make has a league, which not only has a fresh economy, but also has new content exclusively available in that league. So, let's delve into the details of what Path of Exile 2's
Thank you for hopping in
official
YouTube too,
league
Dark.
is bringing to the table.
I always appreciate it.
The Abyssal are a race that have mastery of forbidden magics and necromancy. They were thought to be extinct, but have merely been biding their time underground. You first encounter signs of the Abyssal in Clairfell, where you discover that during the night, weaker members of the Undead Legion have been attacking the encampment. The townsfolk require your help to investigate where the monsters are coming from and put a stop to their attacks.
Out there, ancient creatures, lurking beneath the surface.
As you proceed through Rayclast, you'll find fissures in the earth connected to larger pits. The monsters normally inhabiting the area are being affected by it, harmed by it even, having their souls eaten to strengthen the abyssal underground. As you defeat the monsters, the fissure closes and abyssal emerge, angered by you killing their food.
Fucking chaos damage
Once
everywhere.
all those fissures have been sealed, the pit activates, and more abyssal pour out. This is where the larger and more dangerous monsters reveal themselves, as hordes of abyssal spew out from the pit to take your soul. If you kill a magic pack, then magic abyssal arise. If you kill a rare, then a rare monster will emerge from the pit, having absorbed some or all of its modifiers for itself.
Oh, interesting.
This means the monsters emerging will generally be more difficult and more rewarding, as each modifier gives better rewards. If you are able to kill them all, the pit will seal shut. As each pit is closed, it reveals a potential reward. Abyssal troves will rise up out of the pits, allowing you to get some epic loot.
That's cool. I like that.
Areas often contain many pits, with many fissures, and the amount goes up as you progress through the game, getting more intense. It doesn't stop there. When monster mods are absorbed, they have a chance to become infused with the...
See, this is the thing, is like, this core concept is not super complicated, but like, it's completely different than anything else in the game right now. How is it that they can do this every single time and D4 can't do it once? You get what I mean? Like, this mechanic is different than anything that's currently in the game and is interesting and rewarding to a certain extent. Like, to some people, it's less so than to other people, you know? But, like, it's not like they're just like, now we have poison maps. You go into this map and everything's green and poison. It's like, no, it's like a function that's like throughout the entire game that's like interesting. So
dark necromancy, transforming them into abyssal modifiers. For example, you defeat this monster with the mana siphoner modifier. Their soul is eaten by the pit and a rare monster emerges. The mana siphoner modifier has transformed into soul siphoner and is now amplified in danger and reward. Abyssal pits also interact with other monsters and mechanics. If you defeat a rogue exile that's near one, it'll be revived as a Lichborn that has multiple abyssal modifiers.
that's kind of insane.
Lichborn exiles even have their own unique jewel they can drop, if you are lucky enough to encounter and kill them. If an abyss spawns near a boss,
like
killing
look
it
at his
will summon
health
a gigantic
and damage
giga larvae creature.
compared to every other class we've been watching. Like, wait one sec, let's go back a little bit and watch the Sork, how it's on the verge of death at all times and it's taking a while to kill things. And then you go to the warrior and it's just like everything is on fire, there's lava spewing everywhere, and its health doesn't ever even go down. It's like, it's ridiculous.
Coming from and put a stop. Pit is closed, it reveals a potential reward. Abyssal troves will rise up out of the pits, allowing you to get some epic loot.
This is the Merc. Let's see if we can.
Areas often contain many pits, with many fissures, and the amount goes up as you progress through the game, getting more intense. It doesn't stop there. When monster mods are absorbed, they have a chance to become infused with the dark
I guess this
necromancy,
is Huntress.
transforming them
Maybe
into
I got it
abyssal
confused, but
modifiers.
Huntress does feel kind of squishy.
For example, you defeat this monster with the mana siphoner modifier. Their soul
Like
is
the
eaten
whole-
by the pit.
The
and a
whole concept of Huntress was that you just have to kill everything before you get hit. But
rare
like you
monster
just compare
emerges.
this to
The mana siphoner modifier
when the
has
warrior
transformed
shows up.
into soul siphoner and is now amplified in danger and reward. Abyssal pits also interact with other monsters and mechanics. If you defeat a rogue exile that's near one, it'll be revived
This
as a
is
Lichborn
against a rogue exile that becomes like Super Saiyan.
that has multiple abyssal modifiers. Lichborn exiles even have their own unique jewel they can drop, if you are lucky enough to encounter and kill them.
And just look at how fast he kills it, and
If
not
an abyss
only
spawns
that,
near
but
a
it's
boss,
never taking
killing
damage.
it will summon a gigantic giga larvae creature.
Oh shit.
Monsters imprisoned in essences near abyssal pits are affected by the abyss too. They will come with an additional new essence item that can be used to craft your items.
Essence of the Abyss.
So, that's your bread and butter of the abyssal list.
And the fact that it's all intertwined. If one is by a boss, it creates a super abyssal monster. One's by the catalyst, it creates a new type of essence. Like, that's the type of shit that is so much more engaging than just like, here's a new currency that gives you special powers, or that you have to farm to unlock these special powers that are like super rudimentary.
Kill surface-dwelling monsters, kill the emerging abyssal, close the fissures, overcome pit encounters, and reap the rewards. There's a lot more to this league, however. As you complete abysses, you can find ancient pieces of bone, preserved from the remains of fallen Lichborn. These are one of the many rewards for your mission to seal the pits.
Desecrate a rare weapon
You can
or
use
quiver.
this on a rare item to imbue it with abyssal magic, adding a special hidden modifier to your item. But how do you reveal it? In Act 2 of the campaign, you'll encounter a new area. This area is overrun by the Abyssal and the Lost Men.
Going to one-shot you and damage
After
will be
clearing through
nerfed
this
again.
area, you'll find the Well of Souls, a giant cavity with a massive vortex of souls swirling beneath
It'll
you.
be interesting to see if that's what happens. It doesn't sound
So
like
how
that's
do
their
you reveal
plan,
the mods
but
on your abyssal-infused items?
I
Obviously, just throw them
am
in, right?
cautious
Yes,
now.
that's exactly what you do. Before throwing it in, you are given the option of how you want to transform it, in the form of a choice of 3 different modifiers. Once you've
That's
chosen
sick.
your desired mod, throw it in, where it will absorb the power of the souls, and the ominous creature will then retrieve it for you. These modifiers can be ones from the core mod pool, all the way through to specialized modifiers that cannot normally appear on items. During the campaign, you can use it as a way to more easily add useful existing mods, but during the endgame, there is a whole set of new and powerful mods you can add to your items. Like this mod for crossbows that allows you to place an additional ballista totem. Or this one
That's cool.
that adds spirit to your staff.
Wow. That's actually
Or
huge
this
too.
one that allows you to generate more combo with your quarterstaff skills. And speaking of endgame, you can also use the system to craft waystones. With a preserved vertebrae fused.
Well, the thing is that's what's crazy is since release, this is literally only the second major update. Like it feels, because like that's the problem with having the 4-month cycles, which I don't think was their original plan, but then like, you know, getting in over their heads in a way, and then having to do the PoE 1 stuff and having like all the stuff that's happened since then, which like I understand 100%, but that 4-month cycle makes it feel like this game has been out for 8 months. It's almost been a year. We're closer to a year than we are to like when it came out. You know what I mean? So that's kind of crazy because it doesn't feel like that in a lot of ways. But like this is really their second official major update, which is like, so their first one, they made a lot of fuck ups, but like, I think they were trying to figure out where are we going with this? So let's try, I think they went to extremes on one side to see where they could reasonably bring it back to without just like turning it into PoE 1 and just giving you all the power in the world that you can get, and then having this like power creep mechanic where like you have to introduce new, more and more powerful things over and over again. And then eventually people are just walking through maps and everything's dying and there's no like real gameplay. So even though I don't agree with their concept of, or like the execution of figuring that out, hopefully they learn from that. So we'll see.
Into your waystones, you can get some new modifiers that push difficulty and rewards to new heights. Here are some examples of those mods. You always get a choice of 3, so you can avoid anything you don't think your character is capable of. With this modifier, the natural inhabitants of the area are all spawned near abysses. And there are up to 9 additional abyssal pits in the area.
Oh, so
making
it's kind of like a new map mechanic similar to like breaches, you know, where you're trying to get as many breaches as possible because that just meant more monsters, more loot, more experience, more, you know. So now abysses have 7 to 9 additional pits is like what it could potentially roll. Areas overrun. Yeah, so that's interesting.
just a full-on abyss ruckus.
Delirium or breach, yeah.
Or this one, which causes the final abyssal pits in the area.
Think about this and breaches all happening at the same time. You know what I mean? Like, those maps could just turn absolutely insane.
To always result in a boss encounter.
This is lead
be it
to an
either one
abyssal
underground
boss.
or one that emerges out. There are dozens of these waystone modifiers in total you can get from this crafting. That covers the new crafting mechanic. So what's left? Well, we talked about how when closing pits you can get abyssal troves, but sometimes when closing an abyss, you'll reveal an underground cavern that leads to the abyssal depths.
Dark domain.
After jumping into the depths, you'll find an abyssal city, swarming with legions of the undead. When underground, every single rare abyssal enemy will have an abyssal modifier. And at the end of the dungeon, you'll even find a rare with a more powerful Lichborn modifier.
It seems like Spark might be back, though.
Once you're able to defeat this powerful rare, you can also find some nice rewards. Aside from the entire area being valuable due to the abyssal modifiers on the monsters,
Greater Orb of Augmentation, is that a thing that's already existed?
it has its own specific drops too. One example is a set of lineage supports that can rarely be found in these depths, like Kurgel's Leash. This support empowers both you and your minions when you command them, granting unholy might to you both. Another depths-specific outcome is a set of omen-like items that amplify your abyssal crafting. Additionally, we're adding some new socketables that can drop from the abyssal depths. Take Ulaman's Gaze, which can be socketed into your armor. These are a bit special in that you can only have one equipped at a time, but give some pretty powerful effects. Think of them as almost a unique socketable for your
+1 accuracy rating per 1 item evasion rating on equipped helm. So you get accuracy based on evasion. So you just get a helm with a shit ton of evasion. Interesting. Critical hit chance is lucky against parried enemies. They are trying so hard. I don't feel like there's anything they can do that will make parrying a mechanic, because it's an active mechanic and no one really actively wants to block anything, no matter what the benefits are. Like, I feel like, yeah, I feel like that's just not ever gonna work. And they keep trying to tweak it to make it, and like, I think it's good to keep doing that, because, you know, someone will come up with like a super broken build for it, and that's great, but like, the general audience doesn't want to interact with those mechanics. That's why on Warrior, having the ability to block and building builds around block, but also having passive block. So if you had passive parry and then you could parry when you want to like trigger certain effects, then that would be solid. And I don't know if that's something they mentioned or not. Is there any passive parry mechanic? I don't remember hearing that. Because if there was, then all of a sudden, I think people would engage with it more. It's still not going to be like ever main, like broad audience appeal. But yeah.
Equipment. In the endgame, where you can still find depths, you also start to find a different type of underground chamber. In these areas, you'll find an ancient spire, a device being used by commanders of the abyssal factions to plunge Rayclast into a lightless void. Your goal is simple: kill this commander and destroy the spire. There are 4 bosses in the Abyss League, and there are some pretty cool uniques available from them.
This item gains bonuses from socketed items as though it was a helmet. What? As though it was a helmet. Okay, so it's saying, because there's certain things that have like, you know, those benefits for a helmet, like that one we just saw, where the dexterity and accuracy. And since there aren't those mechanics for belts already, now, right? Is there anything like that where it's like, for belts, give something? So it could be, yeah, it means that whatever you socket into it is going to react to it like it's a helmet. So if there's really interesting things that are connected to helmets, but like with that one, it's based on the evasion that the helmet has. So this has no base stats. So that would be pointless to use on this.
An example is this belt, Darkness Enthroned. It has 2 sockets, But hold on, socketables don't work on belts. Well, this belt has a special mod that allows it to count as a different slot for the purpose of socketables. This one, for example, counts as a helmet. I kind of want one that
Oh, so it rolls with different mods. So this counts as gloves or something, which could be huge because there's a lot of like glove mods that could be, you know, like critical hit chance and other stuff like that could be interesting.
counts as a body armor. I wonder how rare that one is.
Or yeah, as a body
You
armor.
can also find this unique jewel, Undying
Hate. Glorifying the defilement of all those souls in tribute in Radius are conquered by the Abyssal's historic.
Hate. This jewel transforms part of your passive skill tree into an abyssal version and has multiple depths. The deeper it goes, the more of your passive tree is affected, allowing you to fulfill your fantasy of becoming part Abyssal Lich. Now, the last thing that Abyssal commanders can drop is a Finger of the Lich. But what use do you have with a random undead finger? Well, the next time you return to the Well of Souls with the finger in your inventory, your character will almost feel compelled. To do what, though, you might ask? To jump in. The items you threw in came back more powerful, right? So what's the worst that could happen? Well, you will just have to find that one out for yourself.
So it gives you
Along
like
with the
permanent
introduction
buffs
of
to your
Act 4
character.
and the interlude, we will be adding 25 new in-game maps. These maps will contain all the new monsters and bosses we're adding, improving variety and giving you opportunities to experience the new boss fights many times. Let's take a look at some examples. Rock Pools is a map where you explore a shallow rocky coastline, surrounded by coral and filled with sirens. At the end is a giant Goblin King boss.
I like this guy.
Ready to eat sulfite and squish you like a bug. Holton is an Ezomite township which has seen better days. Explore and clear the township to find a gothic, Reaper-like boss.
This boss
with the
looks like it
ability
might
to
be a pain in
manipulate
the
storms
ass.
and fry you with both lightning and wither you with chaos. Given some of the new bosses added are a bit more epic, such as the Act boss and final bosses of each interlude part, it would be a bit of a waste to just use them as regular map bosses. Instead, we'll be adding some new mechanics to the Atlas that use them. These start appearing pretty fast into the endgame and will help bridge the gap until you do your pinnacle bosses. In the desert biome, you can encounter a wild sandstorm. 3 maps around the sandstorm contain a device you must activate. Upon doing this, the sandstorm's magic is disrupted, revealing the map inside and allowing you to access it and find the cause. This presents itself in the form of a boss, similar to the existing Citadel bosses.
Interesting.
This boss is a Faradin Swordmaster, who has been blessed with the power of a Time Djinn, allowing him to take his swordsmanship to the next level by replicating himself, maneuvering rapidly, and severing the fabric of time itself with
that
his
seems like a
powerful
tough fight
slashes.
too.
In the water biome, you'll encounter a giant maelstrom, where one of the maps surrounding the water biome connects to it, but the connection is obscured. You must run the maps nearby, hoping to find a beacon, which will remove the maelstrom and reveal the connection to that map. Another example is this Vaal vault in the mountain biome. But how do we get inside? Running the adjacent maps to it will yield a key, which you can then use to gain access to this vault. Or,
Now we know why they had multiple. We were all wondering for the longest time, why are there multiple slots if you can't, like, how are they gonna, what are they gonna do? Now we know, at least part of it. I think some of it happened last league too, where they had some stuff that interacted, but
you could just trade for one, I guess. Use the key to dispel the powerful force field surrounding it, leading to the Vaal Elite and their rewards inside. These all contain Uber versions of the Act 4 boss, and the bosses at the end of each part of the interlude. And each have their own exclusive drop pool of new lineage supports, which, as Jonathan spoke about earlier, are powerful support gems that modify your skills in pretty crazy ways. As an example of a lineage support which can come from the Faradin Swordmaster mentioned earlier, we have Gurukhan's Resolve, which causes your critical strikes to fork, but requires some mobility on your part to properly enable. From the boss sealed in the Val Vault, we have Paquate's Pact, which supports your war cries, causing them to inflict massive amounts of corrupted blood at the cost of your own life. Additionally, some maps can now spawn summoning circles, a room resembling an Ezomite henge. Activating this henge will spawn bosses. It's as simple as that. We'll also be making changes to how affixes and waystones work, as the current prefixes equals good, suffixes equals bad iteration isn't quite hitting the mark. We tried something new here in Path of Exile 2, but after seeing the feedback we decided we actually liked what we had in Path of Exile 1 more. Like Path of Exile 1, each affix will now be both difficult and rewarding. Waystone mods now grant an increase to the number of waystones dropped, and an additional specific upside attached to it. This means as you roll your map, they will continue to get more difficult and more rewarding, and allow you to customize the difficulty and...
Wait. Give me one sec. Where are those arrows? Biddy boop. Biddy boop. Here they are. Okay, so now instead of having monster pack size, item rarity, waystone drop chance as affixes, every affix is... Every official affix is a negative in some form, but you get inherent monster pack size, item rarity, waystone drop chance. I wonder if... Was quantity ever a thing on waystones? It was, right? So do they just remove quantity as a concept in this now? Because, like, you see every time you add an affix, you're getting more monster pack size, more item rarity, and more waystone drop chance, which the waystone always would go up based on how many negative affixes you had now. But it doesn't seem like there's... you get the positives and then you get the negatives. It just seems like the more negatives you take, the better the positives are going to be.
More difficult and more rewarding, and allow...
God damn it. Yeah, that's what it looks like it is. I don't know if I like that. TVH. We'll see.
Allow you to customize the difficulty and rewards of your maps better. For example, the Frostbitten mod, which causes enemies to deal cold damage, also increases the rarity of items dropped as its upside. Whereas the Of Venom suffix modifier...
Oh, okay. So each one is connected to what the positive effect is that it gives. So for certain builds, this is going to be really bad. You get what I mean? Like, for instance, with certain builds, I couldn't play maps with like Burning Ground because you never get a chance for your energy shield to come back if everything's on fire all the time. You know, and then like if you got really good gear, you could get it so like you're instantly recharging your energy shield as soon as you kill an enemy or something like that, some shit. But like, so having those things connected could end up being a really bad thing, because then depending on the build you're playing, you might not be able to run that type of map, but like that's the only way you get the increased item rarity or quantity or whatever.
Which causes enemies to poison on hit, has the upside of granting increased pack size. Some maps will end up having a lot of rarity.
Oh, quantity and rarity.
Some a lot of pack size, and others will just have a mixture of everything. Due to now having more modifiers granting difficulty, We will, of course, be reducing the difficulty per modifier to account for this. So, that's your Atlas, maps, and Waystones. But
Could
what
be
about
interesting.
Breach, Ritual, Pinnacle content, and others of the sort? We're making some changes around this too. The first change is that you'll now be able to invest 2 points into your specific League Atlas trees before having to run the Pinnacle content. There will be a specific objective for each type of content which grants you those points.
This is a W.
For example, in the
Yeah,
case
it'll
of
be,
Delirium,
like I said, it'll be
it's simple.
interesting.
You just need to find and kill one of the bosses in a map, Omniphobia or Kosis.
Like PoE 1 players, because this is the PoE 1 system, right? So of course, those people are going to be like, oh yeah, this is way better than the old way. But I can see where it could be a problem. So it'll be interesting. So far, most of the other stuff looks like pretty goated, but like this is one thing where I'm like, this could end up making your Waystones less valuable. And like the potential to get those like really crazy ones. But who knows?
The rest of the points for each content come from the Pinnacle content, but we're making some changes to accessibility here too. Currently, access to most Pinnacle content requires the same key at the easiest and most difficult version of the content. This creates a negative feeling where at lower difficulties, instead of wanting to run the content, you're often better off just selling it to someone who can run it at maximum difficulty. To address this, each content will now drop splinters, which will not form into singular items. Instead of using the singular combined item in the Realm Gate, you can now just bring your splinters. Upon inserting the splinters into the Realm Gate, an interface will appear, allowing you to pick your difficulty, and you'll notice each difficulty has a different entry cost. This means if you want to run easier difficulties, it costs less, which also allows you to run this content much sooner into the endgame. Because these encounters now just require splinters, their corresponding Atlas tree no longer affects the difficulty of them, and has been changed to purely affect the content and maps on the Atlas. The Arbiter of Ash works a bit differently. Instead of requiring splinters, he still needs crisis fragments. We now have only 2 difficulties of the Arbiter. The first, requiring the existing fragments obtained from citadels. The second, Uber Arbiter, requires calamity fragments. These come from citadel bosses also, but only once you've allocated the maximum number of points in your boss Atlas tree, ensuring those citadels are at their highest difficulty level. Since we're talking about Pinnacle content, we also felt that the leveling curve in the late game was a bit too steep. We've smoothed this out a bit so that it's easier to get to the mid-90s. We've also added some new in-game unique items.
Interesting.
Let's take a look at a couple. Thunderfist is a pair of gloves that grants crackling.
Level 18 Crackling Palm. Increased attack speed. Plus 3% to lightning resistance. Lightning damage to unarmed melee hits. Interesting.
Palm.
I like
a
it.
skill which empowers your unarmed attacks, granting the ability to call down the storms themselves on enemies you hit. Put simply, literally every monster you hit with your unarmed skills will be struck by powerful lightning. Pair this with the aforementioned Hollow Palm technique to embrace your true unarmed prowess in combat. Another unique we're adding is Henekura's Sight. Equip this amulet to be granted the power of the Mother of
Level 18 Future Past. 6 to all attributes. Plus 573 to accuracy rating. 424 to evasion rating. Cannot be blinded. Interesting.
Death herself. This is reflected by granting you a skill called Foresight. While you have Foresight, your dodge roll no longer avoids hits. But instead, being hit while dodge rolling restores you to full life and makes you unable to die for a brief period of time. You'll notice when this does occur, a copy of your character appears and takes the full damage. This is you seeing that future, as if you hadn't been wearing the amulet. Ultimately, your
That's an
in-game
interesting
experience should be
mechanic.
more streamlined, with new content to find, You'll be able to invest in your Atlas trees sooner, engage with pinnacle
Well, you have
content
foreskin,
faster,
you can't die,
have
exactly.
less FOMO running said pinnacle content, reach higher levels easier, and do all of that while finding many new chase engines.
Okay. I like it. Like I said, I'm getting, like, it's not that it's not interesting. It's just I mentally am not in the headspace. Like, I will fall asleep if we keep watching this. So, it's good. I'm stoked about it. It's not that it's not exciting. I'm just not in the right mindset to sit through an hour of talking or over an hour of talking. We've almost already sat through an hour. But yeah, I think it's going to be awesome. I like it. I'm excited. Honestly, it's the first time where I've been excited to want to play warrior and also like ranger. I've never been super interested in the ranger class, but like, yeah, there's a lot of, and yeah, there's only so much information that I can like actually absorb. After a certain amount of time, I'm just like, it's kind of the same problem I have. I can't just like sit down and watch shit anymore. It's like I can have shit playing while I'm doing something, but if I just sit down and watch something, I'm just like, I'll fall asleep. But yeah, I'm stoked about it. Everything I saw so far seems like huge positive changes. Information overload. I agree. Okay, let's see if I can read the actual patch notes for Tarkov. Like I said, the majority of it is they kind of just reverted, and they've slowly been like releasing content that was not available before, like access to different loyalty level for trainers and or traders and stuff. But it's funny because a lot of the stuff they did is actually towards PvE, and it's funny because we've been talking a lot about PvE, and I'm someone that's like pro PvE. I know a lot of people are against it because they think it's like pussy or whatever. I don't care. So one of the main things they did is they added synchronization between arena and PvE. The core concept is now Ref is a trader you can use in PvE. You still have to do all the missions or tasks to unlock him. So now you finally have a use for the GP coins you find in PvE, which we just talked about like last week. And I was on the verge of selling all of them until I looked up, it was like a Reddit post where they were talking about it from like 6 months ago, where someone said in an interview with like a Russian gaming journalist or something, Nikita had mentioned that he plans on bringing Ref to PvE at some point. So I was like, oh shit, okay, maybe I'll hold on to him then. Now they actually have a use. The task lines in PvP and PvE modes now contain a special label. So essentially, things you do in arena can be transferred to PvE, but things you do in PvE are only ever in PvE. So there's like this weird, let's say you start a new PvE account, things you did in arena can work towards that account growing. Kind of. Because there's always been the synchronization between PvP and arena, but now they're trying to add a little bit of it, but you have to specify that you're doing it in the PvP or the PvE. So like if you're making progress towards something, you have to pick where that progress is going so that you can't like exploit it by completing shit in PvE and getting benefits on PvP. Or getting benefits in arena, because inherently that would give you benefits in PvP. So yeah, long overdue. I think it's good. I'm surprised because a lot of it is like fixing problems with PvE, which it didn't seem like to people that I had spoken to, PvE was even like something that they really wanted to do, or, you know, put like, we're gonna put effort into, because I think it does have a lot of potential to be its own thing and still be an onboarding process to get people like comfortable with the game so that they'll try to hop into PvP. I think it can be both, but so now you added the ability to transfer currency, rubles, coins, and Liga medals and loot crates to PvE. So if you're someone who only plays PvE, this is cool, because if you play Arena, now you can get those loot crates in PvE and do all that shit. Anyone who plays all three like I do, this is like the biggest waste of you. Like, there's nothing dumber that you could do, in my opinion, than transferring loot crates and currency to PvE versus just sending it to your PvP. Because there is a point. I know it sounds maybe unreachable to someone starting PvE, but give it a month and you'll be like, oh, okay. Like, I just spent all of my Bitcoins to get another thick item box, or there's one of them where you can trade 10 Bitcoins, and I am not worried at all about it on PvE. Because one run on PvE equals essentially, if you get lucky, for instance, I can do a labs run and get a LEDX, a defib, and a Bitcoin or 2 Bitcoins and intelligence folders all to myself on PvE. And as long as I don't die, that one run is like maybe what someone could get in an entire wipe doing labs runs. You get what I mean? Because you're competing with other people on PvP for the same loot, whereas on PvE, even though there's AI PMCs, they're not taking that like high value loot and then leaving the match, or like that potential, and they're not like hunting you down because of that high value loot. Now they're hunting you down in general, but it's not like they're guarding certain areas knowing that this is the yellow keycard room, so I don't have that keycard, so I'm just gonna lay in the hallway and wait for someone to go in and out and then kill them when they least expect it type vibes. So the only thing that would make sense is if you send a few crates to PvE when they do the... Oh yeah, like, I guess there could be times, but like when you first start playing PvE, because I was the same way, I felt overwhelmed and I was like, there's no way I'm ever getting to loyalty level 4. The game, like, it feels difficult to a new player. PvE does. And it still is difficult. You can still die at any given moment on PvE. It's not that it's not difficult. It's just, it's not... There isn't the level of complexity in terms of like that situation I just said, where it's like someone might be playing the entire match and their only goal is, I'm just gonna guard extract because that's my best strat. I don't ever get kills. I haven't gotten lucky with key cards on labs or whatever. So my best bet is to just sit at extract, let someone else do all the looting, and try to get that kill before they extract. And like, that is just one strategy, but none of that is employed in PvE. There is no strategy. The PMC strategy is go into map, fight people if they're in my general region, loot a certain amount of stuff, or wait until the timer gets to 10 minutes and then get out of the map. Now, I think what would make PvE way more better, and more interesting, and make it like a more long-term challenge and better at onboarding people into PvP is taking those player behaviors and putting that into the AI PMCs. Now, it doesn't have to be all of them or all the time, or, you know, like, because what I said is just like use AI deep learning to study a bunch of Tarkov streams and watch player behavior, and then use some of that to actually program the AI PMC behavior so that it's better training players like for the jump. But who knows if that'll ever happen. That's something that I think would be good though for the game, is that like where they're employing different methods, or even like for a group of PMCs to artificially have a task that they're trying to accomplish that is like one of the actual tasks in the story, so that like, you know, they're going after the same found in raid only one spawns. Like for instance, there's that key on customs that spawns on the dead body that we were trying to get for a while. By the way, I completed that quest on my days off, so I had to redo it twice too, because I got to factory and got killed, and that you lose that item if you don't stash it on factory. So I had to do it again, but we did do it. But that's like a perfect example. Have the PMCs have that quest, so that time you go in there, if you're working on that quest, all of a sudden you have PMCs to fight that are looking for that same key and stuff like that. Like it seems like stuff that wouldn't be super complicated to program in, because like you don't even have to program, you know, like the full quest completion or something. Just have it so like they go to that body, and then after they go to that body, they get the key and they go to the bunkhouse or whatever, the cabin that they go to, so that they're in those like path lines too. So if you're doing the same thing and you run into them, there's a higher chance that you're gonna die. You're competing. It adds more urgency to PvE games, whereas right now there is no urgency. It's like loot everything on the map, and then if you hear gunshots or you run into PMCs, you can fight them on your own terms, and then you move on. If you hear a boss, you can go to where they spawn or whatever, and every once in a while you get surprised by PMCs being somewhere that you weren't expecting, or a boss being somewhere you weren't expecting. But for the most part, it's like most maps you go in, you're just like, okay, just on my stroll through this map, and then if I want to engage with content, that's up to me, and that's not how the real game works. So yeah, ground zero key for room, unknown key, rusty bloody key, exactly. Have all of that stuff be part of PMC behavior, and even like their behavior when one of their teammates dies, that they like start watching the body. You know what I mean? Like they might drop back, heal, and then like they wait for you to push, or they don't move at all because they're waiting to see if you're gonna go loot that body, and then they attack, because that's stuff that actually happens in the game. And it's like really basic shit like that, because right now a lot of their behaviors, once you learn them, are super duper predictable, and it's not in a good way. It means that it becomes really boring fights the majority of the time, even when you find the PMCs. And like, not to mean that it's easy, because they do have better aim than most real life players, but the way that they react is like, you know how to deal with it. Sometimes you just randomly get headshot and die, but that's probably the most realistic part of PMC engagements, because that happens in the real game all the time. So, but like the way that they deal with one of their teammates dying, and then they just like instantly aggro, but like they don't aggro in a smart way. It's like they aggro by just like running out into the open and trying to push you from your cover. And like the way they use grenades is really stupid a lot of times. Like they just waste their grenades because their first instinct is throw a grenade, instead of like tactically waiting for a moment where I'm in a situation where the grenade is gonna force me to go out into the open and have to engage with them, or I die. Like a lot of times they just throw a grenade somewhere. And sometimes they actually, I've died from a AI PMC grenade when I was on Shoreline, but that wasn't because of behavior. They're just throwing grenades, and I just happened to be stuck in a room where there was no other way that I could get out of there before the grenade exploded. Like it's one of those rooms where you can't open the door because you access it from a balcony. And I was standing in the bathroom when he threw the grenade, so I didn't have enough time to go out to the balcony. And in the bathroom, he just like had the most insane throw where it was like at the doorway of the bathroom. So I went into the bathroom and thought I could survive it, and I didn't. But like that kind of shit, that was an experience where I was like, okay, either I run out and I jump over the railing, you know, like now with more experience, I could have jumped over the railing, broken my legs, and then they have open shots at me, but then like I don't get blown up by a grenade. And that probably would have been my best bet of survival. But like that kind of stuff makes you think on your toes and stuff like that. So I hope they add that at some point. Okay, so item transfer game mode selection option is available at ref services tabs. Item transfer between arena and PvP mode remain unchanged. And item transfer limits are separated between the two EFT game modes. So if you're just grinding a ton of arena and you've already hit your cap for like what you can transfer in PvP, you can still transfer the same amount in PvE if you really wanted to, I guess. After completing tasks in EFT Arena, you receive rewards into your in-game stash and can transfer them to either PvP or PvE mode. So I'm assuming... Oh, that's talking about in arena. Okay, because I was gonna say, is it just gonna send it to your inbox in either game mode, and then whether you withdraw it, whatever one you withdraw it from is where it stays? But no, it's just talking about in arena. Okay. Character wipes. This is all just same thing where if you wipe your account or there becomes a wipe in PvP, it will affect your PvP and your arena, but not your PvE. And if you do a wipe in PvE, it will affect only your PvE, but not your arena or PvP, essentially. Readjusted the general AI detection system. So all of this stuff might be interesting. It'll be because some of it, I don't know if it's like in a good way or a bad way. Because like sometimes the AI, you know, like you're behind cover and there's no way they can see you, but they're hitting every shot because of the way that like their AI is programmed. And I think one of those problems was with smoke. They could shoot through smoke and had like perfect accuracy. It didn't like impede their vision like it would a normal player. But I don't know. I don't know for sure. That one might be that they never shot through smoke at all. I don't know. Improve the AI detection, improve the AI enemy detection system, improve the AI looting patterns, which is probably good so that they're not just like super predictable. Improve the AI grenade launcher aiming system. So I don't know how that affects the game either, because I don't think I've ever had AI shoot a grenade launcher at me. But like for instance, like with Partisan, a lot of time he has a grenade launcher on his gun, but he doesn't ever shoot the grenades. So maybe that was just a bug that like, even if they had a grenade launcher, they weren't using it, and now they'll actually use it, which could make those fights more interesting. Improve the AI detection system when the AI is hiding in vegetation. Okay, so if the AI themselves is in vegetation, they're not going to instantly detect you and like start shooting at you, not being impeded with the fact that they're in cover, you know? Several boss behavior fixes situations where an AI would drop their night vision goggles to the player. I never saw that one. Fixed a situation where cultists would stop shooting the player. Fixed an issue with AI PMCs not patrolling the territory on factory. That's a huge one, because on PvE, whenever I scav, I usually do factory because scavving isn't huge for me on PvE. in terms of like its value. And so like if I do it, I just want a chance to get in some fights with PMCs, try to get some like loot and currency real quick without like doing an entire raid. You know, like I'm not gonna do a streets scav on PvE because I can just do a regular PMC raid on PvE and I'm not like afraid that I'm gonna die most of the time. So like, yeah, I usually just do factory, and there's so many times where I've done factory, not heard a single gunshot, not seen a single PMC, and the match ends. And I'm like, what the fuck happened? Because something, either they didn't spawn in or they spawned in somewhere and got stuck and then ended up just going to an extraction at some point. Like there was just like a lot of really stupid AI PMC behavior on specific maps, and it's not even only factory. I've noticed it other places, but factory is the worst because it's such a small map that you should be getting into action if you go to that map. Fix the several situations when rogues would fire the stationary AGS-17 outside their detection sector. That's actually another huge one, because on Lighthouse, they'll shoot you from like a mile away with that thing. Like one of the times I was playing it with Yes Mate, and we were like so far away from the actual water treatment center on the beach, and as soon as we peeked that corner, it was like I almost died instantly because just like annihilated by grenades. And it's like, how are they detecting? You get what I mean? Because especially something like that, I don't know. But yeah, so hopefully that's a good thing. Fix the situation when bots were spawned in front of players. Fix the situation when a bot group would summon an ally next to the player. Audio, fix the incorrect volume of certain sounds. Remove the M67 grenade fuse ignite sound. Fix several issues with sound occlusion on streets of Tarkov and customs. That's good. This is a huge one. These ones with VoIP are huge. Added noise canceling and microphone sensitivity options for voice chat, which is good because that means not everybody uses an audio interface or does like uses an equalizing software on their microphones and shit. So having that built into the game so that you don't hear like fucking family having a child, like their family member is giving birth in the background while you're trying to play a game and talk to someone and explain what's happening, or just like you're in a raid and you hear it in the background because they have VoIP on all the time. So that's good. Having that in game is great. Fix the issue with short clicks and sound effects artifacts. This was also another huge one. I didn't realize how big of a problem this was until I started playing PvP, but it would happen all the time, especially on streets, where I'm sitting somewhere and all of a sudden I just hear a bloop, like the sound of a VoIP, but it's just like a bloop. And I'm like, what the fuck was that? And then all of a sudden I get freaked out and think somebody is like, you know, not right next to me, but like close, because their VoIP is getting cut off. But that's not how VoIP works. The VoIP works by distance. So if they're far away, you would hear it like it's all muffled, like someone's yelling from far away. You wouldn't just hear clips of it. So it was like just this fucked up thing that they identified finally and fixed. I was playing with someone the other day and they had a fan in the background the whole time. Oh my God, that would drive me insane. Yeah, so having that stuff doesn't mean that people are gonna use it, because like noise canceling and microphone sensitivity, they might not actually test it out or give a shit. Like some people are just shitty people and they don't care when they're fucking up the experience for everybody else. But if it's available, some people will interact with it and make it, you know, like 40% less than what it's at right now. So added the ability to quick swap microphones to use in VoIP. I don't know what that means. Now if the user encounters a microphone error, they can enable disable voice chat to receive. Oh, the other one was fix fix the issue with players still hearing VoIP after disabling it in settings. So like sometimes you're in a match, whether it's arena or whatever, where you just have shitty people that are saying shitty things or getting into fights. And especially as a streamer, you need to be able to disable that. So if people are saying shitty things, you don't get in trouble for it, because you will. You're liable. If it's said on your stream, you can still get banned even if you're not the one saying it. And that just used to not work, period. Like sometimes it would work and sometimes it wouldn't. But for the most part, it just wasn't even working. So that's a good one. Added the ability to adjust VoIP volume, which is also good. Changed the surgical kit auto use priority to legs, which is huge. Anyone who's played the game for long enough knows this. For some fucking reason, if you have a blacked out arm and 2 blacked out legs and you can't move properly with 2 blacked out legs, if you double click your surgical kit, it would repair your arm. Even though having a blacked out arm, all it does is mean you have less arm strength, so you can't aim down sight as long without it like being wobbly, and your aim down sight is more wobbly than it normally is. That's it. If you have blacked out legs, you literally can't run. And if you run, like if you take painkillers and run with blacked out legs, you start losing health from other parts of your body. So it's like, it's a huge deal. And for some reason, it would always auto your arms before your legs. My friends always play with fans next to their fucking mics when we're playing COD, etc. Feels like you're getting constantly kicked in the head. Yeah, that would drive me insane. You must be talking about me. I don't mind being throttled every once in a while. Yeah, I was playing DBD with someone the other night and they were shitty drunk. Suddenly started throwing out. Yeah, exactly. And a lot of times that you don't even have to be drunk. You just have to be having a bad round, in especially FPS games. Like someone gets shit on enough times or something. Yeah, it gets bad quick. You didn't immediately kick him. I muted him and Jazz kicked him. I thought you were gonna make a funny joke and be like, well, Jazz is my friend, so I couldn't mute him. Because that's what I would have said. Because then it's funny. But yeah. I know, but it would just be funny to, like, incriminate him for no reason. Bro, BF6 made me so sweaty. It's so bad. Can't wait to play it for real. I'm a COD rager and I've never yelled out. Yeah. There's like racial slurs, definitely not. But like I've said other words that I wouldn't say anymore. You know what I mean? Like eras have a part to do with it too. Cause like there used to be a term that we used all the time that is now like one of the no-no words. It's kind of coming back around, but I don't know. I have a sister who is married to a woman, so I don't really, it's one of the ones that I can't really ever get back into, so. You're not wrong, but I do that and he shows the fuck up. I use it all the time, the R word. No, I say retarded all the time. Yeah. Yeah, the other one. Yeah. So, but that's one that for some reason, it just hits a spot that no other word hits. So it's unfortunate that it's become a no-no word. But I don't think you'll get like banned on Twitch for saying it. Whereas like there's other ones like racially motivated ones for sure. But like, yeah, I never got into those, but like that F word said that a lot of times. And yeah, like I said, for some reason, it just hits a node in the vocal vibrations that makes you feel better. Like saying fucking, that it Just nothing can replace that. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't even know with the Q word because it's like also like now it's like a way of like identifying a group. You get what I mean? Like people are queer. You get what I mean? Like that's like a identifier of a type of person that isn't directly connected to the original term, which was like, you know, just like people who are gay. Now it's like a whole kind of separate thing. You know what I mean? So I don't even know. That whole thing is confusing. I don't even want to get into that, but yeah. But yeah, like the game that we used to play called Smear the Blank. That was a thing. And that was like normal. Like my friends' parents, like my friends' dads would be like, hey, what were you guys playing? We'd say that. And they'd be like, oh, that's awesome. We used to play that. You know what I mean? It wasn't even a thing. Well, there's two definitions of it. One of them is just like beating up people who are like, we didn't do that. But there was another game where essentially it was just like you had a person that you kicked like either threw a ball or kicked a ball and they caught it and they tried to get away while you tried to tackle them. Like, so it was like 1v whatever, essentially. If I speak, I'm in big trouble. Exactly. Yeah, kill the carrier. Yeah, it's like there's a bunch of different games that had the same concept. But yeah. There was also a hate crime that was associated with it. So that's why, you know, fine lines and such. Okay, fix numerous visual issues, incorrect calling. Okay, that doesn't really matter. Fix the ability to use gestures while jumping to gain an advantage. You could use gestures while you were jumping. So there must have been something where you could like use a gesture while you're weapon swapping or something. So you could swap faster or reloading or something like that. I don't know. Oh, here's another one. I scrolled past a lot of these actually. New balancing changes to hardcore wipe mechanics, returned access to the flea market at level 35. We talked about that at the beginning of the stream, but you can only list one item at a time. Reverted the trader prices to the values before hardcore wipe. I didn't mention that earlier, so that means everything is now cheaper than it used to be. It's back to just like normal prices, and I think selling things, I don't know if you selling things is different, but like having their prices be cheaper means that even if selling things is the same, you're still able to buy things for less than you were before. So reverted the scav cooldown, so now we can do scav runs way more often, which is awesome because I really think scav runs are super valuable in PvP. Return the missing trade offers at therapist loyalty level 4. Now, I'm not sure what those are on PvP, but I'm assuming it's all the same stuff that's in PvE. So that just means like the thick item case and some of the other stuff. I don't even have therapist at level 4 on PvP, so I wouldn't even know to compare them, but what's up, Astro? LOL, you can combo middle finger reload all while jumping. Exactly. Okay, what was the other one? Return the ability to insure items. So this is also huge because like now in PvP, insurance isn't as like in PvE, insurance is mandatory because insuring things is cheaper than buying them again. So unless you're running labs, insure everything always on PvE. On PvP, it's even if you're cautious, it's a 50-50 shot. Because like that's why they added the being able to throw your bag down instantly. So that like if you're going to get into a fight, and it's kind of funny, the whole throw your bag down mechanic, because like unless you're putting your gun that is also insured into your bag, it doesn't really, like, that's just so you get your bag back, right? Like, if you die and someone doesn't loot your bag, all the items that were in there that you found during the raid aren't gonna come back anyway. So I don't even know. I guess, like, once you get certain bags, they're really rare. That's the only thing I can think of with throw your bag down. But yeah, so, but you see a lot of good players once they are like about to get in a fight, or if they're gonna go out and like explore from their group or whatever, they throw their bag somewhere inconspicuous. So if they die, that shit doesn't get looted, like some of their insured shit. Now, the smart thing to do, I've learned, is if you kill someone and they have similar shit to what you have that's insured, you put on their shit, you take their gun, you put all your shit in a bag, and then you throw that bag somewhere. So in case you die that raid, you're losing their shit, not your shit. I'm about to install a different OS on the computer. You didn't like Linux, Astro? For me, I'm weird. I don't insure when I'm solo on PvP, but insure when I'm in a group. And if I die, I tell them to throw it into the water. Yeah, see, and that's another thing. Like, yeah, you just throw it somewhere where no one can access it. Which, okay, so that is a good point, is if you're in a group, you just have your teammates throw it somewhere so they don't have to carry it out of the raid for you. Now, this depends on how poor you are in game. Because if you're like broke and you can't afford to buy new gear, then you're just like, I will suck you off if you get my gear out. But in that situation, if your teammates survive, you die, they can just throw it somewhere that's inaccessible, literally. It's like off the map, so no matter what, nobody can loot it, and then you're guaranteed to get that gear back at some point. So Kaki, or what is that? Kakios? Kachi OS is pretty solid. I will be installing a similar OS to the one I'm using right now. Kashi. Oh, Kashi. Okay. Because when I see CH next to each other, unless it's like TCH, I assume that CH makes the K sound. So to me, that looks like Cocky OS, which would be an interesting way to spell cocky. It would actually be a good marketing thing to do. If you're going to start a company, take a word that people already know that's also connected to like being like good, and then make it a little bit different. It makes you stand out but familiar. So that's what they should change it to if they really want to grow. I'll be going with Fedora KDE. That's so weird that there's so many OSs. Like, I've never heard of any of these except for Linux. But yeah, so changes are like majority positive in my opinion. I know some people liked certain aspects of the hardcore wipe, and what I will say, whenever you have hardcore anything in any game, whenever you make things where progression is just tied to like hours, or just like making things more difficult for the sake of making things more difficult, all it really does is create a larger gap between either newer players or casual players and grinders, super experienced players, because they're gonna get it done no matter what. That just means that now this shit is inaccessible to people who don't have the experience or the time. So that's the only problem with it. So them changing it now, like, it didn't really matter because all the grinders already had everything unlocked anyway. Like, it literally slowed people down by like a week, by like completely shutting everything down and going back to like basics, having no trading, all this shit. like slowed progression for those like super grinder players by like maybe a week, probably not even a week. So yeah, it's kind of nuts when you think about that, because like that should just prove the point by itself, is that you only slowed them down by a week. Those guys weren't going to stop playing the game anyway. So it's like, because they're trying to extend the length of like people staying engaged with the game. The guys that are doing that shit that fast, this is like a part of their life now. It's not like just like, oh, well, I'm going to get to max level and then I'm hopping off. No, they want to get there as fast as possible so they can shit on people for 4 months. Okay, and so with Arena, what I was saying earlier, there was this goofy thing happening, and we're gonna see if it's still happening now. We could look, let me see if it updated because I opened the main game. No, it hasn't updated. So this is what all my numbers were at, but I'll show you when I go back in, because my endurance is at 40. My strength is at like 29 or something. Vitality is at like, I don't know, 29. Strength might be at 39. I don't even know. All of them are like crazy because, so they did this thing that I think was partially an accident. Where does it show it? Leveling speed increased by 129%. But you know, when you say like 129%, in theory, what I think that means is that you're getting 29% because you're getting 100% from just playing the game, and then you're getting a boosted 29%. I don't think they purposefully added 129% boost, or they understood the repercussions of that, because like for instance, Peanut was at like level like in his 20s on like strength and endurance, or maybe in his low 30s or something. He completely maxed out both of them in like 2 games from Arena. So I would imagine that wasn't what their plan was, but nonetheless, we're gonna use it because it's probably gonna be fixed relatively soon. It's not necessarily, I don't know how you explain it, but we'll see. Apparently they're not super quick to fix this kind of stuff usually, so I think I was running Novara. I didn't vibe with it. Nobara, no problem. I got the spelling. Are you using Kashi? Oh, I guess I get that, Kashi, because like cash, like that's a term in technology and shit. Not anymore, went back to Windows, various reasons, waiting for Steam OS. Yeah, Steam OS, I've heard good things about. Here's the problem though. Earlier, it was taking forever to find matches because everybody figured out about this coincidence, or I don't know what you want to call it. Basically around the same time. So like the Arena servers literally got like overwhelmed. I bet today they had more players on Arena than they've had since the release of Arena, since like the original hype, big release. That was today's probably number 2 since that day, if I had to guess. Because anyone who gives a shit about Tarkov and has been playing this wipe at all, and even people who haven't been playing this wipe, now that they know the hardcore mechanics are gone, are gonna get on and start actually playing this wipe. All of them guaranteed came to play Arena. But some people still don't get that, like what we should do. So I'll show you because what we want to do is we don't want to actually fight. So we're gonna try to talk to people and convince them to not kill us and not fight. We want to do melee fighting only, ideally, if we have to, but we're trying to level up strength, endurance, vitality. How you level those things up? Strength is by being overweight. That's why I have like the heaviest armor I can find, and I'm carrying multiple guns, and I have a light machine gun. And we have to be running to get that to happen. And then vitality is you have to be injured without healing. Stress resistance is you have to have like a fracture or like some kind of thing without taking painkillers. And then you have endurance, which is just connected to like running and shit. It's not like weight related, it's just running in general. But it seems like we might be everyone's shooting. I don't like this. Who wants a knife fight? I've heard mixed oh. Oh, he's shooting me. Nope, he does not. He doesn't want a knife fight. He wants to shoot me. Ah! I tried. Because I don't really care about leveling up my gun skills, especially light machine guns. Hello! It is getting my agility down in game though. Oh, that was my teammate. Too bad. That was a great shot by him. Cause that guy came out around the corner, like right in front of me. So my teammate shot me in the head trying to shoot him. Okay, it doesn't seem like it's gonna be one of those matches. So we're gonna pretend like we're actually playing and trying. Oh, he died so fast. Oh, so did he. That was a good LMG duel. We were just like, cause you just hip fire and you just go from side to side, but neither of us, cause like you don't have great accuracy, but like when you're moving this fast from side to side, it's harder for the enemies to hit you too. So like with the LMG, if you're not going against another LMG, you can win a lot of gunfights like that. Okay, I'm injured, so I'm gonna run. Because I want to get my vitality up. So I have a heavy bleed and a light bleed, and I'm not gonna fix it. Even though it auto fixes. I wonder if you just go back to your base area, it'll just auto fix. I don't know how that works. Because it stopped it as soon as I like went past that doorway, and that's like kind of where your spawn area is, so that might be what's happening. But we're getting shit on, and my whole team is trying, which is even worse. Like if we're all just fucking around trying to get our stats up, our skills up. I probably would have won that. Well, first of all, he's using like the best ammo and I'm not, because it took me over my meta skill points anyway. Is that your hardware affects your OS upgradability? Right, but it's probably why it's mixed. So did you? So did I what? I'm confused now. This guy is destroying our team. Cackaxe. Hey, Cockaxe, you want to cool it? Never heard of a Cockaxe, but it sounds interesting. Yeah, we're getting fucked. I heard him. Where is he? Peek, bitch. It's not nearly as fun when you have people that are actually playing the game. Or at least to me. He is holding that angle like a demon. That's right, bitch! I just started shooting. Fake out. Fake out. Fake out. Where is he?
I'm the trash man.
Wait. Wait for it. Oh my god, dude. But you can see how many people are using light machine guns. Nobody ever uses light machine guns, but because they're the heaviest weapon, people are using it. Damn it! Cockaxe again. Trash man Zaylen. Dude, look at how bad the scores are. It's actually hilarious. And a bunch of people are using snipers to try to get their bolt action weapons. Like, because the leveling on your weapon skills is also up. But I don't know what it affects with bolt action. Because like in other guns, it affects like your reload speed and shit. This week going by too fast. Today, last day off. Oh shit. So you had Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday off this week? Yeah, hopefully the next match, I'll try to be more convincing. I'll try to talk to people and be like, hey guys, let's just level up our skills. Because there's no way people are still playing with light machine guns unless that's their plan. That's what I would assume, at least. That one we found a game a lot quicker too. Bay. Which one is Bay? I think Bay is the one that I've played on where I've had the most luck with people working together. Because honestly, that's all we have to do. We can just turn it into straight up knife fights and like knives only, and then we just go around trying to kill each other with knives, and then that makes it fun. And also, you get a lot of experience because you're bleeding all the time, you're getting broken bones, and you get strength from using a melee weapon. So it's like, if we can get that going, that's the clutch. Dude left, so it kicked us out of the queue. They've had some issues with the update, which is, you know, it's kind of with every game nowadays. It's like you have a big update, you know there's going to be game crashes, something's going to break. It feels like nowadays. K10. There we go. Why is the timer still going down? We have 11. We have 13 out of 10. That doesn't math. So we keep getting like fucking errors. And I think it has to do with increased like stress on their servers is what I'm assuming. That's the only thing I can think of. So now I'm just stuck in this. I left a match, even though I never got in a match, and it's gonna try to keep returning me to a match that I can't even return to. This has happened to me in regular Escape from Tarkov too. And it happened to me on Hunt too. That was actually, this isn't just like a Tarkov specific. That happened to me multiple times on Hunt, where I would disconnect from the server because of the game, not because of anything I did different. And then I would try to rejoin the match, and it would just have me like stuck somewhere where I could hear everything happening, but I didn't have a character. Like, you can see part of the map, but you just hear gunshots and you hear people running and doing shit, but you're just like kind of in observer mode, but you can't move. And then you would never be able to reconnect to the match. But it's like, it would suck because if you had good shit, it's just all gone. Also, I'm gonna have to transfer my rubles over because I am poor on PvP now because I finally got a junk box now that they lowered the prices a little bit. They dropped it by like, I don't know, 30% or something. So it went from 1.4 million to 1.1 million. So I don't know. See, what the fuck are we doing, dude? So it wasn't that big of change overall in the grand scheme of things, but it was enough that it convinced me to get one. So now I actually have stash space. And it's crazy how much...
My God! Okay, it's happening! Everybody stay calm! What's the procedure, everyone? What's the procedure?
Resi Pineapple Bear, how are you doing?
Everybody calm down! No!
I am the Knight. How are you? Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, y'all. What were you guys up to? Let me hit this. Oh yeah, dude. Ads literally just started like a minute ago. God damn it. That happens way too often. Thank you. Thank you, Morgan. Most recently on Sea of Thieves. Interesting. I've never played it. I've always heard good things about it though. But I've heard it's like those types of games are not great for me. And I guess a lot of games are not great for me. But like those in particular that are like time restraints and like you have to like keep maintenance up with shit. Those are always tough for me. But I'll welcome everyone in when the ad ends. We'll see if we actually make it into this match. It seems like we have better odds. This is the furthest we've got since the last match, so. Yeah, see? He's using a shotgun. But we have one guy on our team using bolt action. This guy's using an LMG. Alright, we're back. Welcome in, y'all. How was your stream? I'm Ricky Ransom. Right now, we're doing something that some people might call an exploit. Perchance. But it's in the game for a reason. They just didn't understand the consequences of their actions. So we're playing Tarkov Arena, because right now you're getting, like, over 100% bonus. Oh, wrong button. 100% bonus for your skills. And it transfers over to PvP. But I'm trying to get people who would like a knife fight. But nobody seems interested. I hear him up there. I know he's up here. Oh, no. Oh, no knife fight. Oh, yeah. Yes, Knight. I feel like I've seen your name before. It looks familiar to me. Yeah, welcome in. How did the, how did Sea of Thieves go for everybody involved? I've never played that game, but I was talking about how it seems interesting to me because... Bring your knives, sir. Was that my teammate? Futon. That guy just killed me from like across the map with a shotgun? Interesting. Nobody wants to knife fight. This is not fun. Why can't we just get people who want to have fun? People are actually like trying to play the game. That's not the point. This is like a once in a, like, to say once in a lifetime makes it sound too, like it's too big a deal, but it's one of those types of situations that doesn't come up very often for a game, like a competitive PvP game too. I know there's a guy right around this corner somewhere. Get shit on, bitch. Just kidding. We're not rude to people, except for when I just want a knife fight and I have to actually use my LMG. Hiya! That would have been so sick. That would have been so sick, dude. It was Sea of Thieving. Yeah, those games just feel like they require so much time and dedication, and I will put that in. Like, I'm an 100% or nothing type person with that kind of shit. Would you like a knife fight? There we go. See, this gentleman knows what's up. This is what gaming's all about. Me neither.
I'm cheating. I'm on Propatal. I'm on Propatal.
You don't want to use Propatal. You don't want any painkillers, so you get your vitality up.
Oh shit! Maybe I didn't realize that part. Oh well, that's fine. The strength is worth it.
No stam. And you don't want to aim for head.
My boyfriend's gonna stab me in the back. Oh shit!
Oh shit, he wants his strength up. I'm cool with it. Gangbang. Take me to Valhalla. See? And that's what makes it fun. Nobody wants to actually play the game, okay? People want to just have fun experiences with other people. That guy wasn't even talking in VoIP the whole time. And just because I asked him for a knife fight, now we're friends. Hey, we're trying to knife fight over here. Relax. Hey! Nice shots. Took him way too long to kill me. How about this? We just set zones. A is for knife fights. B and C, you guys can go shoot your guns and actually play the game. How about that? Seem fair? A, knife fights. B and C, go fight. Go do shenanigans. Seems fair to me. Anyone looking for a knife fight? I'm getting my vitality up, though. Knife fights only. Thank you for respecting me. You just ran off. That was actually badass. Would you like a knife fight, sir?
I have max, but you can hit me, buddy.
Oh, my teammate killed me. Great shots, teammate. This guy is busting, dude. I was too. Everyone's already maxed? That's insane that everyone's already maxed. Well, if you just want experience, we can do the cap thing. You're good, cap it. Ooh.
I'm reloading.
Yes. Yes.
Are you not in a...
Who did that? How dare you? I'm bleeding out. You can have your shotgun kills. Okay, this time I'm just gonna run around and jump a lot so I can get more strength and stamina, or endurance, I guess it's called. Oh, he's having a good time. Hey! Knife zones. Knife zone. Knife zone only. You guys can cap. You can cap. Hey! This is knife zone. Knife zone only. A is for knives. B and C is for shenanigans. We're actually playing the game. Oh, hello, sir. I'll cap it, and then you can hop on it and get a cap too. Hey, knives only. It's not complicated, boys. Knives only. Come cap. You're good. I'll watch for my teammates. Hey! These guys, nobody likes to have fun. That's what I've learned. This is the guy. This is the problem. Mr. Sniper, do you mind sniping on the other side, perhaps? So my knife fight partners don't die? I died to a fall. That's hilarious. I jumped up in the air and the damage it did killed me. I'll take that. I'll take that any day of the week. Okay, that's it. I tried. Hey, we got some progress that round. First round, I didn't try hard enough. I kind of gave up early. But that time, we got some guys that were interested. It's just that our shithead teammates kept coming in and actually fighting. Oh, you guys so good. Can't even knife fight. That's what she said. Boom. Nailed it. Okay. Yeah, fuck it. Our skills should be... We'll see what our progress was. Just because it was really only like one match where I got good experience, which was that last match. And then the first match, I maybe got some, but it probably wasn't great. Because like when you melee attack, you're building up your endurance, your strength, and technically your vitality because you're getting injured. And as long as you don't heal or take painkillers, it boosts your vitality as well. No one can never... yeah. Just because they already grinded out all their levels, you know, in the first 2 hours. That's why I'm like, if you guys want to shoot, go to B and C. That leaves you literally 2/3 of the map to do shenanigans and let us just knife fight over here. And then we can also get experience from capping. They cap, I hop on, I cap, they leave, you know. And then you get a bunch of in-game points as well, like the just like match experience. Why not? It's probably gonna be gone tomorrow anyway. So just have one day where people can just have fun and fuck around. Then you can go back to sweating your dicks off in a unranked side game from Escape from Tarkov. But that one match, I had a good time. I gotta say, homeboy, that we both were running out of stamina and we both were using the same strat. Cause like we could have killed each other a lot quicker, but like you purposefully don't aim for the head cause you just want to take as much damage and deal as much damage as possible. Okay, so let's see what we got to. Okay, so strength. So this is just from the last time that I was looking at it, right? I don't remember what endurance was at. But we got plus 3,000 to endurance, plus 3,500 to vitality, plus 1,000 to stress, 2,000 to strength, 3,000 to health, 2,400 to perception, and then your charisma just automatically goes up based on your attention, perception, and intellect. I don't think anything we were doing improves our intellect, literally or figuratively or in-game. So that wasn't getting a boost. But for some reason, perception goes up, which is funny because we're not picking up items. So I don't know why that's getting boosted, but I'll take it. And we even, for those like 3 kills we got with light machine guns. The crazy thing is that our melee barely goes up. There was one game where I had 5 melee kills, which is like an achievement. And my melee is still at level 1. Because it levels from 0 to 1. So I went up to level 1, but still, like, it's crazy that this doesn't go up more. And then even aim drills, that went up. So we got 568, even though we barely even used a gun. But maybe that's the thing. Maybe people already have their endurance and strength maxed, because those ones you can max pretty quick. And so like everybody else is just trying to take advantage of the other things you can get. Because like aim drills is pretty useful because your ADS speed goes up and your aiming sound goes down. Dude, heavy vest was at 0. I literally have got to level 8 in however many games. What's crazy is I don't know why light vest was going up, because I don't think I ever used a light vest. So must just be another what's less what's the term I'm looking for? Like negative, but like what's something that's like indicting you as doing something wrong? That's the term I'm looking for. What's a phrase that, other than bug, that doesn't make it sound like I'm exploiting the game? Is this part of the... So Arena is a separate part of Tarkov. So like now technically you have Escape from Tarkov, the base game, and then you have like DLC, which is PvE, which is just Escape from Tarkov, but there's no like PvP aspects. So they just like have AI, because there's already AI in the game, but they have like AI that are supposed to simulate players. So it's like a easier way to play the game because it's not as sweaty and competitive for like loot and stuff. But it's different, and that's cool. And then you have Arena, which is like I don't know what's the newest version they've added. It's either Arena or PvE, but yeah, now technically there's like three different experiences for Escape from Tarkov. Yeah, so Arena is more like they have like a search and destroy mode. They have the mode I was playing, which is like domination if you played COD, where you just have certain checkpoints and you're trying to like maintain them for as much time as possible. And then they have a bunch of different game modes, but it's like faster pace, get into the action, but it has the same guns and like basic mechanics that Tarkov has, like movement and everything. So in some ways, I think it could be really useful for just getting better at like your gun skills. So when you do get in fights, you know, you're hitting more headshots, you're used to the recoil patterns, you get better at like peeking, because a lot of times you play games and it's like 30 minutes of doing nothing for like 20 seconds of a gunfight. and then either you win or you die, and you don't get a lot of that like actual experience of a gunfight. So I think it can be good for that, but it also is unrealistic because in a real game, people aren't playing as aggressive like in the base game. So it's like people aren't like over peaking and then re-peaking even though you just like did 150 damage to them like they are in arena. So it's pros and cons, but it's like a faster pace for people who don't have a lot of time and just want to get into some action, which I think is smart. Okay, what we're gonna do. Yeah, so oh, I forgot to transfer money. Right now I only have 41,000 rubles and $86 because I also had to spend all of my dollars to get ref to level 2. So now we have Prapor, or I don't know how to fucking pronounce his name. Therapist, Peacekeeper. Ref is at level 2 once we unlock him because of the shit we've done in Arena, so that's good. But we have to do the quest to unlock him. And then I have Jaeger. He can go up to level 2 when I spend enough money. I'm only, what is that? 600,000 away? So that's not too bad. No, way more than that. 900,000. I'm basically $1 million away. Okay. And then on fucking Ragman, he's gonna be the one that's gonna take the longest because we've already met the other requirements. We just need to spend more money with him. So Ragman's hard because he only buys gear. So to like farm him, you really just have to bring out as much gear as you can all the time. But the stuff that really sells for a lot is like armor, but he won't buy armor unless it's repaired, and to repair it costs a shit ton. So it's like you have this like catch 22 situation, but like stuff like this is great. The epic or whatever you want to call it, balaclava, because it doesn't take up a lot of space and it sells for a decent amount. But like helmets, I guess, are really good. They give you a lot of money. But like also if I find helmets in a raid, I'm probably gonna take them out to keep because they're expensive too. So, and I don't even have access to a lot of good ones. You're more competitive esports mode. Yeah, exactly. I'll see you another time and have a wonderful stream. Astro, thank you for stopping by. Good luck with your OS and everything. Let me know how it goes. Sorry, I was kind of like half in the conversation and half out, and you and Zaylin knew what you were talking about. So yeah, I apologize. I didn't get more involved, but like a lot of that is over my head, to be completely honest. So okay, what we're gonna do is we're gonna do our scav raid. Oh, it actually gave me a gun that shoots too. Here's the other thing I've noticed since the update. People are playing differently. And I don't know if it's connected directly, but I had probably 15 scav raids without ever getting killed because I just play cautious as a scav. And today, like I played 2 scav raids and died both times to people camping scav extracts, which is not a behavior I was familiar with before. So, I knew it was a thing that could happen. It just hasn't really happened to me yet. So I don't know if that's connected to the update, but it was just weird. So we'll see how it goes, because people might be playing a little more aggressive now that or like just playing like more cheeky, so to speak, because there isn't as much of a negative to losing your shit. Like there's more access to gear now than there was before, more access to money. And so yeah, that could be why people are like, but like camping scav extracts is because a lot of people that are scavving are just picking up garbage. So it's like best case scenario, you get like maybe, I don't know, 100K of rubles worth of stuff, but the rest of it is just garbage. So it just doesn't make sense to me. Unless they were doing kill scav tasks. But yeah, if you're doing kill scav tasks, there's so many AI scavs that it's like easy. You get what I mean? Like you don't have to ruin someone else's experience to do like one of the easiest tasks in the game. But I guess that's like a way to guarantee running into scavs without putting yourself at risk of running into other PMCs, I guess. That could be it. Because like if you're just roaming the map, you can find a lot of AI scavs, but you also have a chance of running into real players. So yeah, I guess it takes some risk out of it. Interchange is a big one for that. Yeah. And that's one of the big reasons why I've been doing streets, is because majority of the time I don't run into PMCs. And if I do, I can just go quiet, like, you know. But like today, it was like both times I died to people just camping scav extracts. And like people that I knew had been in those positions for like the majority of the map, because I had heard them shooting. I didn't know that they were camping the extract. I just knew that they were in a general area while I was looting other parts. And I was like, oh, if that gets closer, then, you know, I'll be more cautious, or I'll move to a new area so I don't have to risk running into them. And then like I go to extract with like, you know, as the countdown timer starts, which is also another weird thing. Usually PMCs, you know, they try to get out of there before a bunch of the player scavs are around. So, but we've also been.
My God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody, stay calm. What's
Boom.
the procedure, everyone? What's the procedure? Stay calm.
Thank you for the raid, sir.
Calm down. No.
How was Delta Force? Let me get this real quick.
Kitty, 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 come kitty.
That's a great one.
Kitty, 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 come kitty, come kitty, come kitty, kitty, come kitty, come kitty, come kitty.
It's one of my favorites and also one of my least favorites at the same time, which is very conflicting for me. Because it's like, it's very intrusive soundbite, but it's like, I just love Trailer Park Boys, and it's a great moment from them. So we spawned in with 100k rubles, which is kind of nuts. And this gun isn't as good as I thought it was. Because I initially thought it was, I'll make you buzz. Wait, that scared me for a second. Everyone, go follow B-Dog if you haven't yet. Super chill dude. Good friend of the stream. Always in here hanging out, helping out. And he just got, Delta Force just had console release. So he's been playing that and said he is enjoying it a lot. And I tried it out a little bit. We might play some tomorrow before, like at the beginning of the stream. Because it's like a more forgiving version of Escape from Tarkov is the best way to put it. So we'll put that there. We put that on. We drop this. So we have more space. Because our backpack, it kind of screwed us. It feels like it's always a trade-off. If you get like a semi-decent gun, you probably are gonna have... Oh, this guy had a pistol, like a real pistol. This was a real player. He's been looted to the bone though. But it feels like it either gives you a halfway decent gun or it gives you like halfway decent gear. Very rarely have I got both until you get really high. Look at all these dead bodies. Holy shit. There's a bunch of shenanigans. I won't play at random, Phil. Yeah, I tried a couple times. Oh, this is another real dude. You got a sawed off? I don't think that sells for much. It's like a cool item to have, but it's not, I don't think it's particularly valuable. I think this pistol is probably worth more. So 2 PMCs and like 2 scavs both died right here. That's interesting. And another dead scav. Someone's going ham this match. What do you have? Shitty shotgun.
It's time to
in
go
your
to
pockets? I love those boys too. I had some fun playing Delta Force with a couple of my buds. Yeah. I swear I heard footsteps for a second. Good night, B-Dog. You have a great night. Thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you for the raid as well. I appreciate it. Yeah, B-Dog and Rezi, super dope dudes. So, give them both a follow, because you will not regret it, and I would appreciate it. Why am I getting the close command right there? That's interesting. Someone in here? Sometimes your like footsteps like echo like a half a second after you step. And then it like throws you off because you can't tell if it was like someone else's footsteps that were walking at the same time as you or what it was. At least that happens to me. Okay, there's a couple places that have loot in this building. Or like potential loot. There's a hot rod. We'll take that. We'll take that. But yeah, Delta Force seems like a good time. I played it for a little bit and I had a good time, but like it seems like the games where I played well, I had like the most shit teammates that like died instantly. And then the games where I had good teammates, I got shit on by someone that I didn't even like have any idea they were near me type vibes. Which is kind of the same thing that happens a lot of the time in Tarkov too. Where you just die and you're like, where the fuck was that person? Yeah, usually if someone's being silent, it's probably another scav who thinks that I'm a PMC. Now, do I want to bet my life on that? Probably not, but now that the scav timer is down too, that also means that people are gonna be playing, like as scavs, are gonna be playing less, like I'm not as afraid of dying as I was before. Because I know I'll get my scav back in 20 minutes versus an hour, essentially. So, it kind of changes a lot of things with the update that they did today. But most of them are positives. And the fact that nobody looted any of these med boxes is insane. This one might have been looted, because there's this bug now where if someone has already looted something, when you go to open it, it closes it instead of reopening it for you. Unless that's how it's always meant to be and it just wasn't working properly before. But it seems like, based on what I'm seeing, it seems like an AI scav just wandered through that bottom part of the building and that's why the doors were all open. Because like, the fact that there's 2 med bags, the duffel bags, that for sure weren't looted. And scavs aren't great. The AI scavs aren't great at, like, looting particular things that you have to reach into. They're better at looting dead bodies. That's what they're best at. They did say that they also... Oh, I can't let that. That was a weird visual bug. They did change the AI looting behaviors too, so I don't know if that means that they're gonna loot better, like they're gonna be looting more consistently, or if that means that they're not gonna be looting like as excessively, because like they come up to a dead body and just clear it without even having to like stop at it. But it could put like more of an emphasis on getting to your kills quickly and killing scavs nearby, like put more pressure on the players that get kills. So in theory, that could be a thing. I just don't know for sure. I don't know if I actually need this. That's the other thing. I need to start taking like Momexes. Like these sell for a couple thousand and you can sell those to Ragman. And they only take up 1 inventory slot. So like anytime I come across someone that has a face covering, make sure I take it back. Luckily, it sounds like the majority of the fighting is happening pretty far away from me, which I'm cool with. Because I haven't gotten to the point where I'm scavving just trying to, like, fuck up PMCs. I'm still at, like, scavving to try to actually have, like, a more guaranteed type of progress. Okay, that's full now. So we are out of space. I need to go kill or find a dead body with a bigger backpack. And a headset would be great. Because like how loud that rain was makes it very difficult to hear if anyone is nearby. What is this place? We'll see if these drawers have been searched. Doesn't seem like it. Also, we can use some of this stuff. I don't need that. Also, like there's like some things that you're always looking for no matter what, just because they're valuable. And then there's other things that I'm looking for those of you who aren't familiar with Tarkov. Because you have a hideout, and if you upgrade different parts of your hideout, you get like passive bonuses. But I think there's a bug, because I noticed this before. This is supposed to be like a fairly rare item, and one of the scav raids where I died earlier today from someone camping the extract, I found 4 of these in just like 12 filing cabinets. So that might be something else that's like somehow got improperly coded in the update, because on PvE I think I've only ever found like 3 of them in the 300 hours I played on PvE. We're gonna eat this, then drink one of those, and then we have some space. I don't think I need vitamins for anything either. Because this sells for a penny or 2. There's another filing cabinet. And so much about like Tarkov, and especially if you're doing scavving, is just knowing where like all the filing cabinet spawns are. See? There's another one. So yeah, something's got to be busted with this. Is it already getting dark? I thought I came into this raid at like 4 p.m. Oh, I also don't need all of these. Because something has gone horribly wrong if I need those extra magazines. Okay, it's not getting dark. For some reason, that room made it look like it was sunset. Hi, Frosty. Thank you for the follow. How are you doing tonight? Welcome in, sir. So this is another good place. Looks like someone's been in here. And AI scavs usually don't find their way in here. But the reason why this place is good is there's so many PCs. But like people know that. So odds of finding like a GPU are super low here. But you might as well look. There's always like hideout shit you can get to. And honestly, I would say the thing that and SSDs are like actually good as well. Sell them for a decent amount. One of the main reasons I come into this area isn't even really for the PCs. Like, yeah, I'm gonna loot them. But wherever these dead scavs are, that like are the spawn-in scavs, is your best odds of getting like a rig, a gun, like, for instance, I'd love a different gun than this. I don't like the VPO at all, or the Vepr, or whatever. The carbine assault rifles, not a big fan of. But you can get a gun, you could get a rig, and like I found like brand new level 5 armor rigs just on those dead bodies during scav raids. I don't know if I've ever found like a backpack. Like that's the hardest thing. Hardest thing in the game to find is a better backpack when you're like scabbing, because odds are the only way you're gonna find it is on a dead body, and most scavs spawn in with shit backpacks, so that means you're gonna have to either kill a PMC or find a PMC that's already dead that hasn't been completely picked clean already. Okay, let's see if someone hit these. It's not making the sound like somebody hit them, but 2 empty drawers in a row is suspicious. 3 empty drawers. They might have fixed that then. Because it used to do this thing where you would like halfway open it and then like open it if someone had already searched it, but every single one of these drawers is empty, so either that's just completely bugged or someone's already been in here. I'm freezing. Like the stream is freezing. Is it the game or am I like the entire stream? Because if it's the game, it might just be frame drops on this map. But it says my stream has 0.0% drop frames, so statistically, it seems like it's doing all right. Check this coat. I never use 3.66 guns anyway. This is for 7.62 by 5.9. SPBT. Wait, what was that? Okay. Because we'll sell that to Ragman. I need to get him up. Because that, like, unlocks a bunch of gear upgrades that I can actually purchase. Since you don't, even with the change, you don't get access to the flea until level 35. And I'm, like, not even level 20 yet. So it's going to be a minute till I get to 35. Oh, wait. Is this the stairwell? Yeah, it is. Okay. This is another good place. PC, dead body, that could spawn essentially anything. But it's like a well-known place, so it usually is hit by the time I get to it. Unless I spawn like right next to it. I am gonna try to be a little more cautious than I was earlier today because I was kind of like playing, like, even though I don't think there would have been a way to prevent my deaths by being more cautious, I was definitely less cautious throughout the raid and it ended in my death. So even if there isn't a correlation, I made one in my head. Frosty says it's just you, Morgan. Well, honestly, we have a decent amount right now. Like, the smart thing to do would be to just extract, but I like to follow the advice of, PTuber. And his advice is get greedy. So then I just keep going and have to start making like loot decisions because odds of me finding a backpack are pretty low. I could go to the more like busy areas and see there could be some dead bodies. Like, we're near one of the places where I always see dead bodies. There's also a bunch of stashes on this map that people don't ever hit either. So I had a map up earlier to see where all the stashes are. And I found some like crazy shit in them. This building to my left is always like a hot zone, like because there's like a locked room in there that has some like good valuables and a bunch of like PCs. There's a locked safe. It's like one of the decent like mid to high tier loot areas that isn't a marked room on this map. Honestly, I haven't even heard a lot of gunshots, but I also haven't seen a single AI scab that's alive, so that's worrisome. Another decision. I think we dropped that. Oh, I don't need that so much anymore. Ooh, we'll take that though. We will take that. And I am just gonna drop that because that's just a waste of space, and it will sell for like 3,000 on the fucking damn it, from the skier or from the fence because it's missing parts and it would have to be repaired, which would cost more than it's worth probably. Got a red dot for it. What does this one do? 12 ergo. Do I have access to something that gives me that much ergo? I don't know. But yeah, that's the other thing is there can be like a bunch of gun spawns here because there's that military crate and then this is like technically like a weapon crate. And then weapons can spawn on this wall, so you can just find, like, I just found, that's probably, I don't know, 100,000 ruble gun that's brand new. Like, to buy it, it would probably cost, like, 150. It probably sells for, like, 60 without any attachments on it, but that's the way the game goes sometimes. And this is a locked room that I found accidentally on PvE. I didn't even realize I had a key for it. And I went to open it and it said unlocked. And there's like, it's like a creepy PMCs usually wouldn't kick open doors. Right? Because someone just kicked open a door nearby, but PMCs usually are... I don't think there's a way around this door. I think you have to be on the other side when you open it. But yeah, I don't think anyone's been in this building yet, which is kind of nuts. That looked like a scav. We're just gonna hope it is. What are my extracts, by the way? The mall exfil is probably the one I'll go for. Crackers. Is that a PC I can actually search? I don't think it is. A CPU. And then there's a bathroom with a weapons crate. But yeah, that locked room is one of those rooms that you find and you're like they have, because of like the whole cult theme in this game. There's you find a lot of rooms that are like the cult related rooms that you're like, you know, there's that one room where the guy is murdered in a bathtub and he's got a pig's head on him, on his head. Okay, that's a player scav. But see, sometimes player scavs will just kill you right there because this is a hot loot area and I'm looting it. Or they'll just like come in and start trying to loot other places you haven't hit yet. Like, I respect that guy. Because he was just like, oh, you're in here. What's up? Don't kill me. You just do a voice line and they know that you're a scav. Because you never trust when someone says they're a scav. It's a lie. 95% of the time. So wait for them to do a voice line. If they don't do a voice line, shoot them in the face. I learned that lesson multiple times the hard way. Yeah, it's time for us to leave anyway. And I still don't... I haven't had any space for a long time, and I still don't have any space. But Aquamari is really good. So we might try to find space for it. It's probably better than a hot rod. In terms of... Yeah, and a Snickers. We'll drop those. But that means I have to put that in there, take that, and I think we're just gonna go to the extract. I got 2 new guns, and a decent amount of like, just random shit. Some valuables, some just like, the mall's that way. Some valuables, some just like hideout upgrade items and shit. But if I can make it out of here, I would consider it like B on the scav raid scale. That looked like a gun for a second. I don't think you can get through here. I wonder what's the best way to get to the mall. Scav. There's also like one of the primary PMC extracts is over this way too, so that's like, it kind of is like the perfect place for PMCs to camp out. Oh. That's a scav, okay. He's got a helmet on and a gun on his back, so you never know. Oh, I guess we do have the extract over here too. We don't even have to go all the way to the mall. We have the parking area. I wonder where he was going. He looked like he looted a PMC. Like, that's what his gear looks like. I don't even want to check this shit. I'll check this just because, even though I guarantee it's already been searched. But yeah, like wherever there's a PMC extract near a scav extract is like the best place for them to camp. Because then they're still close enough that they can get to extract and they can just sit there till like there's like 2 minutes left and then work their way to the extract. But this one's separated enough. Whenever I've come to this extract, I've never had problems. But yeah, like I said, like a B for a scav extract. And I wanted to play on my PMC, but like I also knew it was gonna be a short stream and I didn't know how much time we were gonna play on Arena. So, like it would suck to play one raid on my PMC and die, and that's my only opportunity. We'll just take this out. I don't need that backpack. Then that. I like to try to keep my stuff semi-organized in terms of. We'll keep an army bandage. Why not? But that's the big find. The gun. This pistol is also in perfect condition, which I don't know how much that sells for, but you know, could be something. Oh, and I might as well bring out the backpack now that I think about it, because at the very least, it's, I can sell it to Ragman. And you don't really get any benefit from selling stuff off your scav. Like, if you have this space in your inventory, you should just pull everything out and sell it to traders. Anything that doesn't require being, like, repaired insanely or something. Because you're probably going to make more money selling it to traders than you're going to make selling it to the fence. And with the like required amount of money you need to like transactions with traders, whereas with the fence there is that doesn't exist. So all around it just makes more sense. But if you don't have space, I get it. The only reason I have any space right now is because I finally bought a junk box. Okay, so Ragman. That's 30k. Not great, but better than nothing. And then I had this as well. Didn't I have that Momex somewhere? Yeah, here it is. So that's 2,000. The flame one is 3,200. So Momex really isn't worth a lot, but like balaclavas, they probably sell, like that white one probably sells for like, I don't know, maybe 2,000. Okay, then let's see, who do we need to get money? I don't think Jaeger, he's very specific on what he'll buy too. But we could get Skier up as well. I just feel like I'm so far off. or Propor. We're still 8 levels away, so we have a while to spend that final 1.9 million. With her, I'm already at her number once I hit it. Therapist is like the easiest one to hit your requirement because she's the one that buys like all the valuable items in the game. Like other than weapons. Oh, but I should probably sell this pistol to Peacekeeper because I am low on Dala and I don't know when it unlocks or if it unlocks that you can just buy dollars for rubles. Because I know on PvE I can just buy dollars from him. But I haven't unlocked it yet, or they, with the hardcore thing, they just changed that. And then this site might be better than some of the ones I have, but I also need to work on not being a hoarder sometimes too. We'll turn that in. Aquamari is good. We'll actually switch that out right now because I would rather have that. And then I need to see what these sell for because like I said, something's bugged. Filing cabinets are dropping these military thumb drives. Like, it feels like 10x more, or not, way more than that. Like I said, on PvE, I've only ever found 3, and I search every filing cabinet I come to. And today, I have found 8 of them. I just lost 6 of them from dying on scav raids. So I think that got screwed up somehow. Now we have another wallet. Even though we don't really need it right now. With how little the amount of money we have is. How low it is. Okay, let's see who buys these. So 37. They're not actually worth that much. That's weird. The only person that will buy them is Peacekeeper or Fence, it looks like. I just assume because they've been rare for me on PvE that they're like valuable. And you need them for some of like the, like higher tier hideout upgrades. But like, it doesn't look like they're that valuable. Like this diary is worth more than both of them combined, which is surprising. But now we have an MK16 to use as well. The problem is we probably don't have any of the shit unlocked to actually like make it super usable. The good thing is it already has the rails on it. So like you don't need a new handguard. But like barrel, we have the 10-inch we could use. We don't have any of that unlocked. Don't have any of that unlocked. Could put a different muzzle on it. We still don't have any of the silencers unlocked yet. Yeah, so for the most part, we can't really make many upgrades to this anyway. But even as is, it's better than a lot of the guns that I have. Interesting. We're gonna have to start using them too. Because I have like Now I have 4 pretty solid M4s, like guns that I think, you know, they're a decent step above average or mediocre or something. Like they're kind of just like put together with the pieces that I found, but stats wise they're all like pretty decent. And then I have a couple of these 300 blackouts, and then I have my 7.62x5.1 guns that I've been like holding off using, even though this is the best time to use them, because they're like shit bullets will go through most armor people have even now. Like especially the maps that I'm running. But I don't want to lose them either, because I don't have any other way to get them. So like, I've been hesitant. But we have some shit to work with. And tomorrow we'll see with the arena if they fix that or not. And if not, we're gonna play Delta Force at the beginning of stream. Yeah, if we do Delta Force first, then we probably won't go in arena. And then for the like maybe first hour or two, we'll do Delta Force, and then we'll do just raids. We'll just try to accomplish some tasks, see if any of the homies want to hop in here and help me out, or just to play with, even if like I'll help them with their tasks. I'd rather just play with people typically anyway. So but some of them aren't super complicated. It's more so just getting them done. This is the one I've been trying to do, and both times I have not been able to mark a single fuel tanker before I died. Like one of them, I ran into the boss and his guards, and that fucked me up because they fucked me up. And as soon as I finished fighting them, 2 guys just come running up the hill, and I did not have enough time. Like I was missing 2 arms, and I hadn't fully healed like my head or my chest or anything. And I was like, there's no cover. So I just laid on the ground and waited till they got close, and then started taking shots, but I just didn't really stand a chance at that point. But yeah, all this other stuff is not too difficult in theory. Like this one, I need a key that I don't have, and I can't buy it. You might be able to trade for it though, like barter for it. This one is just annoying. All the Tarkov shooters and shooter-born ones are the worst, but because we have to kill scavs from 40 meters away using a bolt action with iron sights, which in theory doesn't sound difficult, but it's really hard to like you might, there's a lot of raids where I don't even get 4 scav kills. Like I don't even see 4 scavs the entire map, so can be tough. Queenie, good to see you. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. We're actually about to hop off. I need to figure out who I'm gonna raid, because I am exhausted, and I tried to warn people that it was gonna be a short raid anyway, with everything that happened earlier, and I got such a late start too. Okay, let's see if we have any of our homies online, because it doesn't seem like any of the people that we any of our new friends we've made from Tarkov are online right now. We might just have to find someone new from Tarkov, because we raided Beef recently, and I would say he's playing a shooter, but like the difference between Tarkov and Fortnite is pretty large. If it was like 1 or 2 steps closer, I would definitely go for it. And that's what's hard, is when you're switching games, because then you start getting people that come into your stream for a specific game, but you still want to like raid the homies when you can. So I try not to like switch up games too many times when I'm doing raids. We got a bunch of new friends, potential new friends.
Building commander's office. Scout the educational building offices. Huh. Interesting.
Dude, the music alone makes me... I feel like I have to.
Meister got that task. Maybe it's just because I leveled up to level 24 that I got that one.
Look at this dude. Let me pull this over.
Interesting.
What do you think? I think this is a massive W.
Yeah, we'll see where we go. Yo, Ricky, how we doing, bro? Not too bad, man. We just extracted from interchange. Just extracted from interchange. Got all the stores. Checking all the stores. Well, I got it done a few raids back, but my homie got sniped while we were trying to extract that Emercom. So, I went back for him. We just got it done. We just literally got out of raid. I don't know. We're trying to decide.
Okay, we're gonna raid him. He seems super chill. I like him.
Go back to interchange to try to kill some more.
And I like the music
scabs.
too.
We need to do make ultra great again.
Lad.
Okay. Well, before I go, let me say thank you so much to everybody that came through. Shout out B-Dog and
My God! Okay, it's
oh
happening.
my God!
Everybody
And then
stay calm.
Gar shows up. Gar, we're raiding out, Gar. But I appreciate it. Let me get a shout out for you too. Boom. I'm gonna have to open a new tab to do that. Give me a second. Give me a second. Boom. There we go. We got it. Yeah, we found this new guy. He seems super chill. TARKOV. 9 people. Going hard in the paint. He's almost at 9 hours. I didn't even notice that. So, but it should be good. But yeah, thank you so much. Gar, B-Dog, I am the Night. I appreciate it. For all the raids. Hopefully you guys go and follow all of them. Super awesome people. Let me make sure I'm following I am the Night. Because the name, all these names look familiar, but I don't know. I'm not following I am the Night. Okay, sick. Well, we got a new person to check out, so I always love that. Yeah, PoE 2 stuff looks awesome. We went over that for the first, like, I don't know, 2 hours, hour and a half of the stream. So I'm excited for it. I'll definitely be playing. Now, am I going to go hard like I did when the game first released? I'm gonna say I never want to say never, because, you know, you never know. I just said never there, but you don't know. But I would say odds aren't super high. I still will play it. We'll, you know, we'll probably do like half and half streams of that and Tarkov, and check it out. And who knows, maybe, like, you never know. It could reignite the fire. But I'm having way too much fun with this game, getting my soul crushed, and regretting making the decision to start playing this game, but also loving every moment of it somehow. So much love, y'all. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day / night / morning / whatever it is, wherever you are, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Peace. Last 2 for me. Nice.